before we begin the next episode, Kay, I think it's time we do some bragging.
Oh, do tell, dude. Explain to people why we are bragging.
Well, just found out the results are in. We are award-winning podcasters now.
I also have my own podcast that got an award in itself. You know, best newcomer podcast, Big Egg Joshi Podcast.
Yeah, I mean, you won by basically getting half the votes. You really stomped the competition. Such esteemed podcast out there like SJP, Talk at the Table, Stardom Quest. I hear they're newcomers, but man, you really stomped a bunch of them. I think you got almost half the votes. Very, very well earned, I will say, Kay. You are the best newcomer in podcasting this year, at least for wrestling.
Yes. I mean, all that research I do compared to, I don't know what the rest of those guys do because I don't listen to them. But I just know I put
why
all the
would
research
you when you are
into
so much better than them? You just have to listen to yourself over and over again.
I love the sound of my own voice.
Well, not only that, I think because of your help, you have taken this podcast to new heights. We are now the most informative podcast, even more so than such podcasts like Mr. Warren Hayes, Chain Wrestling with Mags. He got Podcaster of the Year, but didn't get Most Informative. So I think we know who's actually better if we were nominated in Best Podcast Awards. Also, No Particular Angle was also in that. So retired podcaster JPQ over there, also been a guest on this podcast, who also won Best Duo. You can see where I'm going here. Obviously, if you're affiliated with this podcast, you're going to win awards and be an award-winning podcaster.
Yeah, this is we're the award-winning network, I guess, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, we're also in Best Bi-Monthly / Bi-Weekly, releasing twice a month. We beat Talk at the Table, Queen's Court, all those esteemed podcasts out there. But I must mention that this is through the Dragon Suplex Network that was also had such other network nominations, like from Omakase in Voices of Wrestling. So obviously what I'm getting at is we are better than everyone else. And the voting says so. We are the best, most informative, best bi-weekly, and you are the best newcomer, even beating Victory Through Guts, a retro All Japan women's podcast, which we cover here. So why would you go there when you could just listen to us all day, every day?
I also cover All Japan Women Tech. You know, I've done an episode on AJW itself, the competitors in JWP, as well as some of the wrestlers in AJW. You know, I think I put a little more information than just reviewing random stuff like they do.
Well, enough bragging about how good we are and great and well-deserved that we are. Let's get on with the episode. And welcome to the Red Leaf Retrocast. It is the Wrestling Edition, episode 72. I'm your host, JD. This episode is titled Final Osaka Dreamgate, being released here on December 31st. The final episode of 2020 before we go over our heavy deliberations for Wrestler of the Year, Matches of the Year, the whole shebang. And that will get us into our guests. Kay, you are here as usual. Good to have you here as usual.
Thanks for having me.
All right. And then we have our own little special guest, Parker, writer and contributor to Wrestling Observer Newsletter, F4W Online, at Twitter handle Parker Klyn? Parker J. Klein? How do you pronounce that,
Parker
sir?
J. Klein.
Only took, what, the third try?
Yeah. Most people get there eventually.
Well, it's excellent. It's great to have you here. I know we've discussed a lot online over the last few months. You are the man who watches and reviews everything.
I do try to watch pretty much every important match across the world, no matter what, how big or small. If there's a title match or a tournament going on, I'm watching it and I'm rating it and I'm trying to offer my thoughts on it. So yeah, I love wrestling and I'm excited to talk about some year in review, because this is kind of why I do that, because it lets me, I feel like if I don't watch pretty much everything, I can't give a fully accurate evaluation on how the year went, right? So having done so, I now feel confident in seeing what promotions were successful and what weren't this past year. So yeah.
Yeah, and I just saw you posted on Twitter, kind of, I guess it was on your birthday, where you went, you took your star ratings. I believe that's how you went through your match, your wrestler rankings. We're a podcast that likes our rankings as well. And you broke down kind of your top 100 there. That was a really cool thread you put on Twitter. I read the whole thing. Clearly you get paid off by New Japan. I will not hear anything other than that fact.
Hey, listen, he gets a pass.
Yeah.
He put Momo pretty high up there above Julia, so you get a pass for me personally.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do that type of stuff, and I love, I love that I think I'm pretty confident in my formula at this point, to where it takes all the ratings that I have and condenses it into who, just based on the raw data of my subjective ratings, and provides and sort of spits out an objective response outside of that based on what I've inputted already. So yeah, that was a lot of fun to do.
Yes, I always enjoy those goofy things that everyone does to just make themselves differentiate and come up with a cool little table and see how things are compared to each other, how we're going to compare to you. I'm definitely going to look at it more closely. It's a lot of fun. But we're here to do year in review, like Parker said. There is some big events going on. We're going to integrate the Stardom Osaka Dream Show into our year in review of Stardom. So do forgive us for not going into in-depth here with that in total. But we're also going to incorporate kind of Final Gate into Dragon Gate, because a lot of things do happen in Dragon Gate. They tend to finish out a bunch of storylines at Final Gate and gets us cracked into 2021, so it works out there. But we're going to go over the year in review, the big takeaways, the worst of it possibly, and of course, what each promotion struggled with during peak COVID shutdown and how they handled it and then came out of it, which set the tone for the rest of the year. And the promotions we're going to go over are seaDlinnng, Tokyo Joshi Pro, AEW. I don't think you can really ignore what AEW has done this year, especially through COVID, DDT, Ice Ribbon Stardom, Dragon Gate, and New Japan. Those were the promotions we covered the most on this podcast. We did do some Big Japan 2AW during the COVID period, but as everyone got back into the motions of things, they kind of got pushed to the side. So I do want to highlight our exciting venture into Patreon that's going to start into 2021. That's going to be content that's featured with Retro Joshi Wrestling, perhaps more retro wrestling that we just don't have time to cover with on the podcast, and of course the listeners requested it. So we're beginning with Joshi through the 2010s, kind of the beginning of a new era, end of an old one. Kay, you're going to start JD Star, kind of a missing period in the early 2000s. So that's just sort of the content you can look for there, Red Leaf Retrocast Patreon. So without further ado, let's just get started with probably the promotion of, I want to say the smallest and least we covered out of these big ones is seaDlinnng. So Parker, we're just going to start with you with these. Your positive takes from seaDlinnng over the course of 2020, the negatives, and then we'll get into kind of what they did with COVID during and coming out of it. What is your takeaway from seaDlinnng, the positives and negatives?
Yeah, seaDlinnng is, I think the biggest positive is that they, night in and night out, like every time they do a show, you're pretty much guaranteed a very good to fantastic, almost bordering on match of the year contender main event match. Which, I mean, there are very few promotions that you can genuinely say that for. Like you can't say that about New Japan. You can't say that even about promotions like Dragon Gate. A lot of promotions out there, All Japan as well. You can't guarantee that you're going to have a great main event match out there like seaDlinnng does. And so I think that's by far for me the biggest positive. When I watch a seaDlinnng show, I'm excited for that main event, and I'm excited to see the best friends. I'm excited to see Yoshiko and get everybody out there and wrestle around. They do a great job integrating a lot of the indie talent in there too, like Asuka and Sari and different wrestlers along that line as well. So I thought they did a great job with that this year. The negatives is kind of the flip side of that, which is that I think outside of those main event matches, they do struggle because they don't really have any sort of set roster of mid-carders or real storylines that go on or anything like that. It's more, honestly, seaDlinnng is feels to me like Japanese Joshi PWG more than any sort of consistent weekly, promotion where we're getting, a tour and a set storyline and some, preliminary tag matches that will lead into a singles match, or a championship match or something like that. And so with really only having a handful of regulars on it, I think it definitely limits seaDlinnng's ceiling, especially when one of those wrestlers is Yoshiko, who, I mean, she's obviously big news with Yoshiko in the last week, returning to Stardom, but I think there's obviously still some sort of concern there with Yoshiko, just based on the fact that despite her incredible talent as maybe the best women's wrestler in the world, she still caps out at a Korakuen show 3 or 4 times a year. So I think seaDlinnng struggles with a little bit of growth in that sense too.
Yeah, you definitely don't get the sense of heavy growth in the last 5 years since it started. It's kind of just been steady throughout its own course. I do get what you're saying there.
Yeah, and then as far as COVID-19, I think they did about as well as they could have asked, because aside from, I believe, did they have just one or two? They had 2 shows that were no fans, and then immediately their very first show back with fans, they got it at Korakuen, and the main event was Yoshiko and Nakajima for the Beyond the Sea title, and that was, in my opinion, the best seaDlinnng match of the year and one of the probably 3 to 4 best women's wrestling matches of 2020. And so to me, I think that's about as well as you can handle a pandemic. If you go away, you do a limited run of no fans shows. When you bring fans back, you immediately give them maybe the best match possible that your promotion can provide, and you already have that momentum back from that you may have lost due to the pandemic. So I thought they did a very successful job with that.
So for those that are wondering and want to get brought up to speed a little bit on what seaDlinnng had done in January, just from the Yoshiko and Nakajima storyline, because there really wasn't a lot of storylines in general that happened throughout 2020 with seaDlinnng, was Yoshiko and Nakajima went to a draw at their 5th anniversary January show, and they kind of go through their motions as they do, and the setup was for Yoshiko to beat, in hindsight, as we found out, beat Nakajima for the title, and then COVID struck, probably delayed that title change, or not, who's to say. But regardless, when the second fans came back, they took advantage and changed the title, and then they went into their second set of storyline of the year, was with the best friends, Fujimoto and Nakajima, with gunning for the tag titles through... as we call them, hoss bitches, Yoshiko and Matsumoto there. And it was the best friends tag titles throughout the remainder of the year coming out of it, as Yoshiko had, I believe, only the one Sari defense, come to think of it. Am I correct in that, Kay?
I mean, single title defense, that was, I think, yeah, no, I think she had just the Sari one going out of the tag title loss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going into the tag title match, yeah.
Right.
Because they had the one singles match that Sari won that got uploaded onto YouTube. Then they had the title match, which Yoshiko spent the entire match beating the other hell out of Sari. So,
Yeah, very, very one-sided.
Nearly one-sided beatdown. Yes, and a match I loved because of that.
Well, okay, since let's get your take on seaDlinnng here real quick then.
All right. So as for the best, I think of seaDlinnng, I think Yoshiko. I think the fact that they finally pulled the trigger on getting Yoshiko into the main event and sort of elevating her finally. Believe it or not, I think seaDlinnng's been around for what, 4 years, 5 years almost, something
5
like
years.
That.
It was their 5th year anniversary this year.
Yeah, and this entire time, Yoshiko has kind of just been there in the middle. You kind of keep wondering, when are they going to finally pull the trigger? When's the Nai finally going to give her protege the elevation, the title belt, and sort of main event spot that she seemed to have been groomed for this entire time? And they finally did it. It's a shame COVID hit, but I think Yoshiko went out there and she not only had some of the best matches this year, but she had some of the best performances this year, period, just solo performances. In both tag matches and singles matches, I think she's always sort of stood out. Sort of her, it's weird, she has such a limited offense when you look at what she does, but she does it all so effectively that it doesn't really come off that way. You don't really get the sense that it's limited. So I just think Yoshiko's performance as a whole was a big bright spot for them. And so it makes me kind of concerned with the Nai coming back and getting a tag title shot almost immediately. And I've said my piece on the Nai beating Yoshiko and how that would be a dumb, terrible idea.
Good old Nene-ism did not strike in 2020. She did not win the tag titles in her first chance.
Who knew? Who knew Nanae Takahashi not being in a main event or just not wrestling made seaDlinnng a better product? I'm shocked. Shock and awe. Her ego didn't allow her to win every match. That said, I think some of the negatives to take away from them are, as Parker had said, they have no mid-card. Their mid-card seems to be pretty much Ryu Mizunami and any freelancer they can pull, mainly just Makoto and Asuka and Kaho and Tsukushio and like the sort of high-speed matches, but none of it seems to matter. There's no stories, it seems, there, or what stories there are seem to not be very well defined. Like the La Fresca, whatever Asuka's group is called, doesn't really seem to have anything outside of just the two members. Just nothing else going on with them. It's kind of odd. High Voltage, kind of, that's the Nai's group, but it kind of feels like it's Ryu Mizunami's group at this point. But outside of their little dance number, they kind of don't seem to be doing nothing but lose all the time, even with Takase there. So just like there's no mid card. Now that's probably going to be better going forward now that they've got some rookies finally. Because seaDlinnng has spent all this time with no rookies, and they've got 2, and I think a 3rd on the way. So that's going to improve, I think, going forward. At least I would hope it improve going forward. But I think the bigger negative for me personally was their terrible upload schedule. There was at least 2 occasions where the best friends, my favorite tag team, by the way, so I'm a little salty about it.
The Joshi one or the AEW one?
The Joshi one, clearly. But the real best friends, all right, the real ones, Kaz Fujimoto and Risa Nakajima, okay, the real ones, not those phony best friends. So I think the fact that their 2 title defenses were not only either not uploaded, but the first one was uploaded in a clip show, and a terrible clip show on YouTube, and the second one was given a 3-minute clip show before just yesterday. I think they finally put the entire show up on YouTube. It's a shame that they did that, and that's not even the first time. They've had several shows that have really interesting cards that we've just not been able to see. And it's good that we've got their big matches, but the fact that they go through Nico Pro and the absolute like length of that delay that they have on those. I mean, we didn't get the Aja Kong Yoshiko match until almost a month after it happened.
You're right. That was a second defense. Did forget about that one.
Yeah, and it's almost like I was a little upset by that, because if you imagine that that's such a big deal match, you would have at least got that expedited a little bit faster. I get you going through Nico Pro, but there's I mean, I'd imagine if you give that show to them and then have them upload it earlier, you can do that. Or do what Actress Girls is about to do with their 12:30 show and just pay-per-view it through Nico Pro. I don't see why they don't also do that. Makoto did that earlier in the year with her produced show. I don't see why they just don't do that for their bigger shows. It baffles me. Or maybe go the Marvelous route and get a Nico channel and do it that way. several things that they could do that I feel like is stunting their growth, and maybe it's a lack of resources, or maybe it's just they don't feel like there's enough of a market there to actually take that gamble. But it's definitely hurt some of my interest in them throughout the year.
Well, they have discovered, along with the rest of the Joshi scene, pay-per-view. So we'll see. We'll see what the development of that in the world of Joshi is for 2021.
Instead of the COVID thing, I think no audience hurt some of their stuff. Now, granted, they didn't do a whole lot of no audience shows, but like the high voltage dance number sucks when there's nobody there clapping along.
Oh.
Come on, that entrance is great, but it needs clapping to go with it. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of weird dancing and music.
So
kind of all I got on seaDlinnng.
Yeah, I do agree with the main events being strong. You're guaranteed a very engaging, high level sense of wrestling that has been seaDlinnng's strong point essentially since day one. Whether it's Nene, Nakajima and company, whomever is there. I think the biggest negative for me is still the rest of the card doesn't matter, and I really hope seaDlinnng tries to, at the very least, do more than what they've been doing the past 5 years. I want to see progression with this promotion. Otherwise, as Parker said, it just kind of comes across as a PWG of sorts, and that seems to be their ceiling, which is a shame for a few of the wrestlers there. Perhaps now with Yoshiko and good old Nene going back to Stardom, that could spark some interest in them. Perhaps we see Nakajima and company move outside to, say, Ice Ribbon, or get some more fresh matchups there. So I will play this drop, and we will move on to Tokyo Joshi Pro.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん本当の愛を探すんだ
All right, Maki Ito has sung her way into our hearts in 2020. Further, it is time to talk Tokyo Joshi Pro, positive, negatives, and the battle through the coronavirus and coming out of it. Parker, your thoughts over Tokyo Joshi Pro on the year?
So yeah, I want to caveat these by saying I think I'm pretty much lower on the TJPW product than pretty much anybody else I can follow. It's just really not. I do watch just about everything big for it. It's just not generally my style. Mm-hmm. With that being said, so maybe it'll give a unique perspective along those lines too. I think Wrestle Princess has to be looked at as their biggest success throughout the year, especially the incredible amount of hype and discussion that was brought as a result of the Sakazaki versus Mizuki title match. That was a fantastic match. My favorite Tokyo Joshi Pro match of the year, and I think most people would agree with that. And so, but even with that, I mean, it was a super show. They got Aja Kong on the card, and they got three other big high-profile wrestlers that they could have gotten. They just threw them into that all-star tag match, made it lots of fun with Yamashita and Iko and Suri. The emotional tag title win for the Bakuretsu sisters, I think, was a huge deal on that show as well. So for me, like, not to just do a Wrestle Princess review, but for me, that's like the big win for Tokyo Joshi Pro this year, because I think without that, I think the product felt a little bit stale overall, and didn't hit those high notes that I expect from a lot of the Joshi promotions that I follow. With that being said, I think that would be the negative then, being that I just don't think they were that exciting to me for much of the year. We would occasionally get some exciting like tag matches where I think like the Up Girls were a really fun tag title team, and I really can't wait for them to sort of get back there, because I think they're...
God, I know, an Up Girl fan?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
You made the right choice. The Up Girl, right? Don't let him dissuade you. They're amazing.
But I do think they're one of the best acts in the company, and so I thought they were really some of the ones who helped keep the company going during the COVID era, which we can move into in a little bit, because they would try to do these Narimasu shows where, that's not the building, but whatever, the smaller building that like the DDT adjacent promotions go to. Yeah. And the crowds would just be silent for it. And it's like, this is not what I want out of Tokyo Joshi Pro when I'm watching it. And there was some really, there's some big struggles with the International Princess title, those types of matches where they just didn't really come together all the way. So that to me was the disappointment. I don't think they had the best path through COVID, but to be honest, it's just a function of having a product that relies so much on that crowd reaction. And then I think the other problem was that they were going to probably expand a little bit more into the United States with a WrestleMania weekend show. Maki Ito has just become a ridiculously popular international star. And I think even with her explosion of popularity, it could have gone even further had she had TJPW been able to expand more into the United States, and had she even been able to make, like an AEW appearance or something like that.
There was a lot of speculation and hints towards even the owner, or I guess GM of just DDT and TJPW, hinting at a much bigger relationship with AEW. Pure speculation, but you can kind of connect the dots accordingly with that. So yeah, there is a lot that could be said with how much just kind of stopped all that during the coronavirus. I do agree with that. My biggest takeaway, and I'm going to expand on the Wrestle Princess comment that you made, Parker, was this time last year, Kay and I and a number of other people and our listeners, not big on TJPW. We thought the promotion was actively kind of boring at times. The character work is their strongest suit, no doubt, but when it comes to the in-ring product, it's not up to the level that we're not interested in. And my biggest takeaway was coming out of the coronavirus period, as soon as the fans came back, something happened within the promotion from the ground up, where all of these rookies and sophomores just started to click in the ring better. And I don't know about UK and you, Parker, but there's just something so enjoyable about watching growth and development with the wrestlers and their style and knowing their characters and seeing that rise to the occasion, along with even the upper mid-carders finally reaching another peak in their game with the Mizukis, Maki Itos of the world, that you could see main eventing shows. And with the big Wrestle Princess main event, with the very emotional story between the Sugar Rabbits there, pulling off what a lot of people claim to be a 5-star women's match, that's a smashing success on a year to me. The negative is maybe that in-ring style just isn't quite there for a lot of fans out there. And that's still a deterrent. But with a growing roster and live streaming seems to be very important these days, Tokyo Joshi Pro is kind of ahead of the game on that. So that's my big takeaway from the year there. Kay, how about yourself?
So I think the best part of TJPW, so I've been watching since about early 2018. So I watched when they were wrestling in the gymnasium, and they all sucked.
Tell me how you really feel.
What kept me around was the character. I mean, even Shoko at the time was really not that good. Even Yuka, you'd be surprised just how bad they were. And those were some of the better wrestlers. But so seeing the improvement, because last year I think I was a bit higher, I guess, than I guess you seem to have been on it.
I was actively burying the promotion.
So last year, I think I saw some of the improvement, not to the extent. I think Miyu Yamashita's title run was amazing. I could start seeing this up with Yuka. Poor Shoko, kind of, when I saw improvement with her, but the minute she got the belt, she seemed to be a nervous wreck. It was constantly botching and messing up. I didn't see Maki Ito's improvement, though I guess going back and watching some of it like I have, you start seeing a slow progression of improvement, especially at the 1-4 Korakuen show from this year. I've seen the improvement, and so it's shouldn't be as much of a shock that coming out of COVID, that she, at least especially, got so much better. dare I say, she became more of a ring general. I think I've never thought I would ever have to say that about Maki.
Kind of a bold statement, but okay, I'll go with it.
I thought she would always be a comedy character with somewhat competent wrestling at best, and she has gotten so much better that I think next year she should be holding that princess title.
Ooh.
At some point next year, you put that belt on her.
Do you think she should win against one Yamashita at the January 4th show coming up?
Yes. I don't see how. If there's any other outcome, I'm gonna be a little upset because that rivalry's been so one-sided that I just don't feel like it hurts Ito to win this one time, especially on their big show.
But Ito hit the Ito Special or whatever she's calling it on Miyu. Parker, do you feel the same way about Maki Ito?
Yeah, so for me, she's pretty much one of my least favorite characters in all of wrestling.
Oh, no!
Likes the Up Girls and hates Maki Ito? I invited you on this podcast?
We can't be friends.
So I respect the popularity. I like really what she's done is she's taken like the kind of thing that could only really exist in an online world, like sort of almost like a K-pop style like stan culture. And I don't say this in like a condescending way or anything, because it's really admirable to build that popularity. And she is easily TJPW's top star in my eyes, even if it doesn't like reflect that yet in the booking. I think she's clearly their top star. Mm-hmm. Even with great talents like Sakazaki there. So if I were booking, and it's funny because Yamashita is my favorite TJPW wrestler, and yet I'm completely with you, Kay, in that the correct decision business-wise for me is for Ito to win that feud, and then I'm assuming whoever ends up winning this feud will be the next challenger to the Pop title and should probably win it. So yeah, I'm completely with you there.
So
I will pose the question now. What if Rika Tatsumi wins the title on January 4th?
Prediction.
Does that same prediction then come to pass with no defenses or one defense and then Maki or Miyu wins?
I don't think they'll do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they would do that, although, you know, if I'm booking it, I would have Sakazaki retain here, mm-hmm. and then have the winner do that. But I'm really I have no idea how the upcoming Pop title match is going to go. It really could go either way for me, because I do think Sakazaki is the best wrestler in the company, and the person who to me would want somebody like Ito to dethrone. But at the same time, if you want, if they're really like sort of jonesing for a title change, but then if that's the case, I don't know why you wouldn't go with Mizuki instead. So I don't know. It'll be interesting.
I do want to point out one thing on my positive list is Kamiyu. Kamiyu getting a much better wrestler. I watched her just earlier this year. She is atrocious.
She had not mastered tall style yet. Yes, that is correct.
No, something happened. Something happened during that coronavirus period where they were all at home. Something happened, and when she came back, her and Yuki Aino both became much better wrestlers. To a point where I'm wondering what the hell they were smoking, drinking, or consuming during that period of time to get them better. It's crazy. Especially Kamiyu. Like, I know I could kind of see that happening at some point. They always were kind of high on her. She had some kind of a presence to her, but just never was good enough in the ring. And that seems to be clicking now. But Kamiyu was not what I was expecting. I was not expecting her to get better. And the fact that she has, one, I'm really proud of her. I think she spent years now talking about how she wants to be better and being sort of given crap to by a bunch of fans, especially the Japanese side, for how bad she is in ring. Yet Pam Harajuku gets a free pass. I'm going to point that out. Pam Harajuku sucks. Not a good wrestler. She gets a free pass, though. The fact that she endured a lot of that, has been pretty open about being sort of given crap to by a bunch of the fans, and has gotten better. I couldn't be more happy for her. And the fact that she's international champion now makes me even more happy, because that means the companies also recognize that she has gotten better.
There's something about Tokyo Joshi Pro that does click with you on an emotional scale if I do say so myself. And for me, once the ring game started coming up to at least a level I was happy with, I found myself getting more invested with these characters and watching the growth, as I said. So the good promotion. It looks on the up and up for 2021. I think the fact that we don't know what direction, and yet we can kind of gauge how things could go, is a great place to be in for a promotion. You can see it going either way, and you can be happy with either decision. I don't think that's too far-fetched to say.
No, especially because I can't think of any negatives off the top of my head for this promotion. Outside of Palm being a bad wrestler, which is already kind of a fact, right? Known thing. The rookies are looking up. They just, all the rookies are good.
Here we go. I'll interrupt you right there. Who is going to be the breakout rookie in 2021 for Tokyo Joshi Pro? The ones either rookie now or sophomores, rookies breaking into their sophomore years. Parker, you have anybody that sticks out to you?
To be honest, I don't watch enough of the undercard to make a sort of appropriate guess there. I'm going to rely on Kay for this one.
Okay. Kay?
I will go with Suzume and Seina.
You copycat. You read my mind.
Both Suzume and Seina seem to be the two that they're high on and seem to be the two that are progressing at a faster rate. Seina especially, who's got less experience than Suzume and seems to be right on pace for pace with her in terms of her ability in ring improving. They're both very popular also, so it helps that they're probably going to get pushed higher up the card as they get better.
I could see them becoming a tag team and running up that way.
Right, I can see that happening as well. But I think the rookies are sort of settling in nicely in their roles. The sort of the rookies from last batch, the last class. Mirai as well. Mirai also seems to be improving quite a lot. I did not expect her to get this good. I know a lot of people seem to have been high on her pretty early. I didn't see it, but now I'm starting to see the improvement. Her and her Power Ranger gear.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting a lot better, and her tag team with Kamyu seems to be a very interesting sort of move for her, that she's tag teaming with the International Princess Champion. That's going to give her some level of like a rub and elevation. I don't expect them to win that match, but I expect that to sort of elevate her up a bit.
All right, let's move on to the bigger promotions out there as I play Kenny Omega's theme. Takes us into AEW. All right, AEW, our Ocean War, AEW versus DDT, exactly the same promotions. At least we see the similarities here. We're kind of skipping over the December 16th and 23rd Dynamites as we're heading into 2021 and their New Year Smash Nights that they're promoting. Just kind of, I wanted to focus on the outlook of the year, obviously positives and negatives coming out of it. The coronavirus, they did not shut down. They went from traveling all over the U.S. And only a few months into the promotion's TV existence, got shut down, thrown into Jacksonville, and they've been there ever since. Now having done essentially empty arenas longer than the promotion's been around. So Parker, what are your thoughts over Dynamite? A full year into its existence, how they handled, I guess, the coronavirus, some ups and downs.
Yeah, my highlights for AEW are far outnumber the negatives. I think they've really done a great job, especially throughout the pandemic. Positives for me would have to be just the storytelling combined with the in-ring work to just provide an extremely satisfying product overall to watch. Like, every time Jon Moxley would have a world championship match, he would essentially promote the match like you would if you were, in Jim Crockett or something like that.
What a thought.
And essentially say, this is what's going to happen in the match, like you would. And then it would happen in the match, and the match would be really good most of the time. And the promos leading up to it would be fantastic, and they'd be unique, and the style of match would be fun. I'm obviously just highlighting Moxley's reign there, but I think you see that type of storytelling extend itself throughout AEW's programming. The other big highlight for me is how they've been able to integrate new, fresh talent using their already established talent. So just in recent weeks, we've seen teams like Top Flight and The Acclaimed, who are, I mean, genuine, like, no-name teams. I mean, people kind of knew who Darius Martin was as Airwolf, and that's like it in terms of these two teams for having any sort of attention before coming to AEW.
Yeah.
And now they've both gotten some great rub with the young bucks putting on really good matches, and they're a team and they're part of the squad and so in the roster, and so I think that's been great too. As for the negatives, I think they do too much. I love everything that they do, but I think it's just too much a lot of the time for most of the weeks. I do a column every week where I break down AEW's positives and negatives, their hits and misses from that week. And a couple of weeks ago, I was able to identify 15 separate programs and feuds that were going on at the exact same time. This is a show that has 2 hours every single week, trying to fit in 15 storylines at a time, and it's just impossible. And so in recent weeks they've actually gone away from that, which I appreciate. But I mean, stuff like it just felt way too overstuffed for me, and it harmed the overall product because I didn't feel like the storylines and their promos and the matches even were getting the time that they deserve in the breathing room to sort of let them be as good as they could be. So that's what I'd like to see maybe change for next year, is just focus on your big programs. It's not a big deal if a team like Private Party is off TV for a few months. It's not the end of the world. They still get work on Dark and all that type of stuff. They don't need to be involved in something at all times. So that would be my recommendation going forward. And then as far as COVID, I think they did a really good job. I mean, okay, I want to caveat this by saying at the start of the pandemic, they did a really kind of like reprehensible job of how they treated the safety and everything like that. And it wasn't until there was that big breakout over the early summer where they actually started to take it seriously, which was pretty disappointing. That being said, since then, I think bringing in a couple fans has been a great idea. They've kept the matches hot. I mean, into that Young Bucks FTR match, to me, you wouldn't have even known that we were in a pandemic with how hot the crowd was at full gear. So I think that's been great too. And I mean, I think I've spoken for a lot here, but I think it speaks for itself based on like the ratings and everything like that. Like consistent ratings week in, week out, especially in the demos that are important, as every other type of programming, including wrestling, falls. I think sort of speaks for itself more than anything else. So I would say major success.
Yeah, there's only 2 promotions that really maintained or grew, or 3 actually, that you could honestly point to the numbers backing that up. That is AEW maintaining and in some cases growing their audience from year over year, now that we can actually do that at this point. And then Ice Ribbon and Stardom. Ice Ribbon held their own, and Stardom has actually increased in a pandemic a lot of their attendance just year over year. So I found that very encouraging for what all these promotions have to offer heading into 2021. Hopefully the world looks a little better coming into the next year. So yeah, I do agree with a lot of that. Absolutely. Okay. You came into AEW about at the halfway point, so you've only known AEW as a pandemic promotion.
Right, I've only known AEW with no crowds.
A lapsed fan, you are.
Western wrestling, yes. I have not watched. I had up to the point that I watched Dynamite. I had not watched televised Western wrestling since WrestleMania, right? WrestleMania in 2018. That was the last time I had watched any Western wrestling. So going into AEW, I was a bit hesitant at first. I guess my trepidation was Western wrestling to me was always the WWE stuff, and AEW quickly changed my mind on that with some of their really good storytelling, some of the long-term storytelling, which has been a positive for me. The Kenny Omega Hangman stuff comes to mind. I did have problems at points with how they were seeming to drag some of it out a little bit too long, but the payoff at the end was well worth it. I think some of the tag team stuff has been very good. I think they have some of the most exciting tag teams I've seen, both West and East wrestling. Their tag team division seems to be pretty good on its own. None of those matches I think have ever been bad. They have different styles and a lot of youth. Orange Cassidy and Chris Jericho's whole thing was fun. I enjoyed a lot of that.
Did you say fun?
Fun?
Wrestling and fun? No, I don't. No.
No, wrestling's not fun. Serious business, man. Serious
Get out of here.
Orange Cassidy punching somebody into a vat of Mosa is some serious business, man. Don't you know? That whole storyline was a mixture of serious and goofy in a way that I feel like only AEW could pull off. And I feel like when you go to WWE and they try to pull it off, it's always one way too extreme. It's either too goofy, we can't take it seriously, or it's too serious and it feels too hammy and not fun. I think they've done a really good job of balancing the comedy and the wrestling. Not always to a perfect extent, but a well enough extent that I can't say I haven't enjoyed a lot of it. The only negatives I have for them are, as Parker had said, too much. Sometimes there's just too much going on. The storyline with Sean Spears that pops every so once in a while, I don't know what's going on with that. It seems to randomly pop up and then go away, and then pop up and then go away, to the point where I don't even know what that story is even about. And then you've got the FTR Young Bucks thing. That story was really, really good up until the last leg of that build. If we don't win the tag belts, we won't challenge again. I don't know if I've ever rolled my eyes so hard at a stipulation. It was unnecessary. I felt like they needed to add something more than they really needed to. The feud itself was already doing pretty well. Adding that almost killed it for me, actually. It almost made me just not have any interest, because either the outcome is obvious or the outcome is bad. Because those were the only two ways you're out of that. Either they can't challenge anymore, and that's stupid, or they win, and it was just obvious. And so I think that was a bad move on their part. I think maybe the one other negative was the Matt Hardy stuff earlier when he had the fall and was clearly not okay.
Right.
I thought the handling of that was very bad. Handling of that was very, very bad. And I feel like the press afterwards was also not any better. I do feel like that they have learned from that, as they've seemed to be attending to people whenever anything seems to go wrong. And so I'm kind of glad to see there's at least some attentive to that. But I feel like their handling of the whole Matt Hardy thing was very bad. And I feel like they could have done that a lot better. I was very disappointed in them with how they handled that. The pandemic crowd stuff, I feel like I didn't even notice sometimes that there's no crowd, or that there's a little crowd. It's hard to notice sometimes. So I think that's a good thing.
So my thoughts on Dynamite, both positive and negative. I was really looking at this promotion through the eyes of a lot of stigma that needs to be changed. There's so much in the last 20 years of no competition due to WWE that just AEW's existence causes an issue with the eyes of wrestling fans. Whether it's an I Quit stipulation, where they don't have a microphone and all of a sudden it's the end of the world. Where there's different wrestlers on your television show week in and week out, and you don't have your Kenny Omega wrestling every single week. You're not presenting them as stars. Are these strange verbiage that's now used, and how all these wrestling matches must be built up the same way with the same promo and same presentation week in and week out. AEW has such an uphill battle through changing all this from the past 2 decades of one promotion being being it all. And just to throw out a recent example here with this people taking screenshots of NBA Twitter, quote unquote, and calling Chris Jericho fat, and what is this bootleg WWE thing? The stigma is still there, and it's not just with the wrestling fans that know of AEW's existence. there's a lot of people out there that just still don't know it exists, and they have their own stigma of what they knew has existed. And my big positive on AEW is they have stayed the course on trying to make their own promotion with their own style and changing the stigma. Now, the negative of the fact is, and I brought this up with the women's division since we haven't mentioned this, you can see the signs when AEW had started, ended 2019, and started 2020, that there is a vision for this promotion to have a hybrid Western women's base and a Joshi wrestling influence on it. Now, can this work? We don't know yet. We've just seen the early signs. And along with the fact that Yuka Sakazaki, other TJPW wrestlers, Riho, not being in the promotion, along with the injuries of Britt Baker and Chris Statlander, really put a hamper on what they were able to do with their women. And we've seen over the course of the year, they've really rebuilt it from the ground up yet again, which is a tall task, with extremely green and new wrestlers. And that doesn't just go for the women. That goes for a lot of the men as well. And their, again, I'll keep using this, uphill battle for AEW was to try to present these new green wrestlers as the best way they can, stars, putting them with the available veterans and big players that they have. Unfortunately for the women, they don't exist with what they have currently available. While the men, they have the Kenny Omegas, the Young Bucks, the Codys that can put over a Darby Allin from Evolve. Kenny Omega can wrestle a Joey Janela from GCW and put on this wacky hardcore match. Whether it worked or not is up to your interpretation of who Joey Janela is. But the point is that he's main eventing Dynamite, and people are going to know who he is. And I think it's all playing into this second TV show that will inevitably come, hopefully sooner rather than later, because this bloated roster with an overload on TV is really getting to people, and you can definitely feel it, because when you're coming out of a Dynamite episode, starting in 2020 up until the pandemic, you felt a buzz and fire about this promotion, and then it just kind of, they had to figure out different ways to hold the audience and somehow grow it at the same time and build up this growing roster, hopefully getting them TV ready. That's a tall order. I think they handled it pretty well. The negative is that there's so much to still improve upon in big parts of their rosters with a lot of these green wrestlers. And they just don't have the available resources currently, unless you count Dark, which has become like a low-end indie show of sorts, and QT Marshall and Cody's School, the Nightmare Factory that they're running. They're doing a lot with so little, and maybe that's overwhelming to a lot of people, and you can definitely feel it. That's my thoughts on AEW as we head into 2021. My vision, at least with my fandom, is this second TV show really helps control a lot of that overbearingness that you do feel with AEW, so then we can actually take a breath in and take in what's happening. And then my biggest negative, I think, that I want to add is maybe too much comedy. I started at the beginning of the pandemic. This is perfect. This is a perfect tone to cheer everyone up. And I get the feeling that they're going away from it as the year has gone on, as we're getting crowds back slower and slower. Maybe that's maybe not the best decision as things are ramping up worldwide. That's neither here nor there for now. So I think there does become a time when you need to get away from too much comedy in wrestling. Otherwise, you become DDT, which we'll get into here in a second. If any of you guys have any final thoughts on AEW.
No, other than she does great. I'm sorry.
Oh, she does great.
she does great. She's always been good, and they should probably sign maybe one more Joshi outside of Riho.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say is, I mean, even with the bloated roster, one of the things that I'm looking forward to next year is finally getting some of that outside talent to come back, because, I mean, that at that first Double or Nothing show with that 6-woman tag with all the Joshi talent. I mean, that match was awesome and just completely unlike anything else on the card. And it reminded me of those early 90s WCW super shows where you would have so many different styles on a same card. And I had just visions of what that could look like for not just AEW, but for Joshi in Japan and around the world. So I'm excited AEW to get some more of that international talent, especially, you know, like we're about to talk about DDT. I think DDT talent coming in is a complete possibility, if not even a likelihood.
Well, you're telling me Joshi's are good?
That's what he's saying. Well, let's get into it as I play Chris Brooks' music. Parker, are you a fan of Chris Brooks in DDT?
He's I wouldn't say he's my favorite in DDT. So the thing is, I watched a lot of him in Progress, and
yes.
I don't think he's any better or worse necessarily than he was in Progress, which is just like a pretty reliable guy who can do some comedy, but rarely goes like above that. Which is why, you know, he got a lot of hype out of some comedy matches, including that wacky like water park comedy match.
Hey, I know we all just dream of doing figure fours down a water slide someday.
Well, that was the thing, is that it was so much fun, and then he like actually became a regular between the ropes, and it's like, oh yeah, this is just the same guy. I've watched like Progress a lot, who's pretty good and who really excels in tag matches more than anything, which is why I'm like, I don't know, they push him as a singles guy. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Chris Brooks.
All right, well, Chris Brooks is kind of one of the few gaijin that have that stayed and worked in Japan, and DDT was an interesting promotion in 2020. So I'll start this one off for everybody. I was not into DDT. I would come in for the occasional, you know, KOD title match. Maybe something wacky would happen on Twitter, catch it. I was like, all right, I'll go check this DDT out. Was never truly into it. What turned it around for me was first the Masato Tanaka KOD title run, which was it was such a breath of fresh air to the promotion. So you're not seeing the same guys on top all the time. And then it was the DDT TV show. That's my big positive. The DDT TV show, what they were able to pull off in a completely dark, empty building was very fascinating, and somehow it just fit what their tone was, and putting an entire feud with a heel faction against a blow-up doll was exactly what at least my mindset needed, and I went full in DDT ever since. And also the big positive was the rise of Kazada Higuchi, the trio Eruption, the rise of Yuki Ueno, and more or less their elevation of stars themselves. So a very similar trajectory to what TJPW did, except these are, dare I say, much higher end wrestlers. Also the fact, a huge positive, is the insertion and get of Jun Akiyama. This guy has... his serious demeanor and bringing even lower undercarders up to a mid-card level, along with him being this heavy veteran presence on such a overused roster. It's always the same guys over and over again. That's my big positive. The negative was their second run at the TV show, where now that crowds were sort of back, and they ran empty a building again. And that gave me the same just cave feeling that WWE had when they were doing empty arena in the Performance Center, Impact's arena. I can't watch that. It just creates... you have to be a special kind of wrestler, like a Katsuhiko Nakajima, kicking the hell out of your chest where it echoes throughout the building to really get me past that. So that was the big negative out of DDT. And then the other negative was them kind of having to change their card around a little bit here and there to accommodate for whether it was someone being in quarantine, doing a whole storyline around calling out Kenny Omega, who probably couldn't make it, so they had to do a 180 there. Not the worst thing in the world, but that is to say that DDT didn't have their negatives. I think that Antonio Honda stuff is still insufferable undercard nonsense that I can't. I still skip to this day. I seem to have this one wrestler in every Japanese promotion. I just skip their matches now, and that's one of it. And I don't enjoy having the insufferable need to do that. So those are my big takeaways. And for those wondering, we will do the DO finals on the first episode of 2021, as we haven't watched that yet. Don't worry, we've been spoiled already. At least I have. Okay. You'd be happy to know that I won't spoil it for you. Ha ha ha.
Or I've also already seen spoilers.
All right. Well, super right me over here, as usual. Very correct. Award-winning podcast, by the way.
Hey, I want an award too. Where's my trophy?
I deserve 2 plaques.
I promised trophies and a banquet.
A banquet. So, Parker, your vision of positives and negatives through DDT, I'm sure it's got its ups and downs with you as well.
Yeah, it's funny. I was agreeing with pretty much everything you said there, going up and down like the positives and negatives there. I loved Tanaka's run at the start. I do want to hit home that, just way too many empty arena shows. I'm with you there, where it's just like the Endo versus Tanaka match was great, but I mean, come on, like in front of just any sort of crowd at all. It could have even contended for like match of the year. It was that good and emotional. So that was definitely, and it was just baffling to me because I understand like the benefits of the TV show format, but like this is a program that you need, like its sister promotion TJPW, you need the crowd interaction to make the comedy stick. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, other than that, it just feels like improv that you're watching. That's like, okay, this is fine, I guess. But it's it doesn't hit those notes. I'm like you. I'm kind of hit or miss on the comedy. Sometimes it makes me laugh, like any kind of comedy. Sometimes it doesn't. And so, but obviously, if there are people laughing along with it, like it's gonna help it quite a bit. So yeah, those were kind of my overall thoughts. I thought out of all of the major tournaments of the year, the KO or the DO tournament was the most up and down of any of them that I saw. I wouldn't say it was the worst because I thought the Champion Carnival was worse.
I do agree with that.
But there were some absolutely terrible matches in the DO in the DO Grand Prix.
Have you tried not watching Akito in the DO?
That's the thing.
Tournament's way better if you just take him out of it.
Yeah, it's not even like it's Katsumata out there being like kind of Yano light, where Katsumata actually had some good matches. It's just
we've called him hardcore Yano here.
Exactly. Well, exactly. That's exactly what he is. Like, but So yeah, I'm completely with you there that some of the matches just didn't hit for me, and they're in that silent building. Yet some of the matches were absolutely fantastic too. Like they had more 4-star matches in my opinion than any other major tournament, including the N1 Victory and the 5-star Grand Prix, and any other tournament other than the G1. And I guess the best of the Super Juniors as well. Again, I get paid by New Japan.
Well, no other tournament had the Brain Claw beat of legend in 4 minutes. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right. Well, that was awesome. There, you get these exhilarating moments with Higuchi being fantastic night in, night out. Akiyama being that, completely unique presence out there. Takeshita having what I thought was a remarkably great match with Mao, despite the unfortunate ending to it, that was trending, in my opinion, to being the match of the tournament.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we're going to get into Dragon Gate later with the incident with Benkei, and I will preface it here, and I'll preface it then. I'm actually going to point to the Open the Voice Gate podcast that covered I think, quite well, and mirrors a lot of my thoughts over how the outlook should be and the handling of that. So go listen to their coverage of the Open the Voice Gate. I thought for that incident, that is a great example of how to handle a possible head injury, because we see it in football where anything connected to the head, they stop play, right? And that match with Takeshita and Mao was a great example of the ref taking his role as the man in charge, and then Takeshita recognizing it himself. And they were every wrestler out there seems to have the idea that the show must go on. That's all well and good. What DDT showed me is a change in culture and the mindset, and I very much welcome this throughout wrestling in the world. I wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, I completely agree. I super admired. I mean, that official, like, in the way that he sort of plays off the comedy, as well as obviously that decision making there. I mean, to me, I mean, this is completely like in the weeds in terms of pro wrestling fandom, but to me, is like one of the best referees you could possibly have. To have somebody who can be like not only a performer, but he doesn't take away from it, like kind of Red Shoes does sometimes.
Right.
Where he makes the intelligent decision to, no, okay, this guy landed on his head. Even though this match has been fantastic, it just needs to end. And he made that awesome call there. And so I didn't dock the match at all for it, like I may have with the Ben K and Skywalker match. So yeah, but yeah. And then I guess aside from like some final thoughts on DDT, was Eruption as an act, which I find to be one of my favorite acts in all of pro wrestling. The 6-man team, or I guess the 3-man team that participates in 6-man matches with Higuchi, Sakaguchi, and Saki Akai, who I think are just there. They have an aura about them. They have a legitimacy to them. Akai is a great juxtaposition against the other two, where she can be kind of like a baby face out there, but she's kind of like, I don't know, she can also be completely heelish just based on kind of how her look comes together. So I love that act, and I hope they do more with Eruption going forward, and specifically Higuchi, who is who I find to be my favorite performer in all of DDT. But yeah, I would definitely say an up and down year with potential for major growth 2021.
Okay. What are your thoughts over DDT?
So I have a list of positives.
Ooh. List, you say?
I got a list. Number 1, Chris Brooks dying for Ito in that barbed wire exploding death. Chris Brooks made me a fan that day. He died for Ito. I think I would die for Ito, but he actually died for Ito. The water park match. Everything there. Be it the Anchamu Yunamanase weird, Yunamanase jumping topless into the water pool river thing.
The lazy river, yeah.
Yeah, the foam and bubbles and the construction work and all of that with Eruption in the tag match and these dancers, and I mean, how do you describe that match properly? I don't.
Le Dinner Debonair, but with Brazilian dancers.
Somehow it topped that. The main event having Endo walking around with his ass just hanging out as he climbs stairs. Just casually doing so, just not even bothering to pull his trunks back up, you know. A little bit of fan service for the women there, I guess, that like him and his abs.
Well, Ueno was with him with the pants down, that's for sure.
Yes, but on my list, also, Endo, his abs. My dude, your abs. I can't get over his abs are so shredded. That guy is way too shredded. It's just not right, not fair. Looks great, though. Also,
I would love to see if anyone has attendance figures over women with DDT.
I would be very curious. Just his abs alone must bring the women to the yard. There's no way.
I know for a fact they're extremely popular with women based on some of the attendance figures we get at the Observer. So, absolutely. I think aside from maybe Dragon Gate, I think DDT has the highest female percentage in terms of their consistent viewership.
There you go. Answers that. Well, Dragon Gate's sexy stardom. That's what I refer to it as these days. So, sexy man stardom or whatever.
So Endo and his Canadian destroyers, please, more of this. I love Canadian destroyers, and I don't see enough of it in Japanese wrestling. The fact that he does it as a normal move is great. Also, the time he did a pedigree, he did a Canadian destroyer into a pedigree.
Yes, that sequence. I remember now.
Yes, Endo is great. I like Endo. He's a positive for me. Can you tell I like shenanigans in my wrestling? I love shenanigans in my wrestling. He's played up by a heli. Except for Honda. That's all my negatives. Honda, Jesus Christ, his gimmick, it's the problem is it's the same thing every time.
Yes.
He's that guy that has one shtick and doesn't change or add anything to the shtick. In Shako Pro, I didn't find too much of an issue with it because I guess just the environment it was in, I just didn't take it as seriously. But in DDT, Jesus Christ, it is unbearable. I don't even know why you book him at this point. He's just
on, so harsh.
I can't stand one-note comedians. If your joke's not funny, come up with a new joke. If joke isn't funny, come up with a new joke, please.
Well, I'm sure it's a hit with Japanese fans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there. So.
I guess, but hearing the same joke over and over again gets tiring. I love Chris Brooks. I don't know if I've said this, but him dying for Ito made me a fan. But then his in-ring is also fun. I have enjoyed his sort of tall style or taller style, as I've dubbed it. Not tall style, he's taller style. He's just great. I like his presence, his aura, and DDT needs to sign him. He doesn't have anywhere to go back to the UK. That scene's dead. It's in shambles. Just stay in Japan, my guy. DDT should offer you a contract. If they don't, they're stupid.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because now he's been announced for English commentary team for the Tokyo Joshi Pro feed coming up on January 4th. So I think that's a very good sign in 2021 for Chris Brooks. Hopefully with staying with DDT and having more to do with Wrestle Universe. And I think they see big things with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't give him these opportunities. Parker, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I completely agree that they see big things for Brooks. And the thing is, he's very charismatic and funny. And he's one of the people who gets comedy. Like, he would wrestle. There's this like 3-way match between him, Trent Seven, and Zack Sabre Jr. from Progress, which is a comedy match. And it's absolutely like laugh out loud hilarious, like harder than I've ever laughed at anything like Yano's ever done. And so he can be a star. It's just not for me. Like, I don't really buy. There are some big like Wrestle Universe fans out there who love like the whole package and sort of the consistent presentation style that's kind of irreverent throughout the promotions there. That's not really what I look for in wrestling, but if done well, I mean, I think as part of a show, like if I went to a live show, and this is obviously the important part because this is how these places make their money. Like, if I went to a live show and Chris Brooks was wrestling, third from the top in a tag match where he's being hilarious, then I'm like, okay, this is great. But for me, who is just more about like the in-ring storytelling, it's just not really my cup of tea. But I think he's absolutely a star when it comes to that type of stuff.
I think DDT has made Chris Brooks a star, and Chris Brooks has become a star with DDT in 2020, which is excellent for him and his career. And I hope he takes advantage of it. The Japanese fans get a kick out of him cutting promos in Japanese with what's his face speaking to him back in English, and just moments like that is what made Chris Brooks really stand out along the year. There was a lot of elevation in DDT this year, and that's what got me into it. That's what got UK into it, along with their fresh shenanigans that they always have. Go on.
I love shenanigans. I think the first thing you showed me was Money in the Bag, and Money in the Bag had Yoshiko and Saki Akai as delinquents. It also had the aforementioned Chris Brooks dying for Maki Ito. But that entire show made me a fan. Beforehand, I just had Wrestle Universe to watch TJPW. But now I enjoy watching some DDT because of the wrestling's good, but the shenanigans keep me there. I like shenanigans. All
right. I'm going to play Risa Sarah's theme, and Kay, you can bring us into Ice Ribbon. All right. Kay. Ice Ribbon, go.
Yes, so I think Ice Ribbon has been the model for how to handle the pandemic. I think at the start, they didn't stop running, which I think was a positive. But I think the fact that they originally started with YouTube live streams to sort of get the initial audience in, and then slowly sort of switching to their Nico channel and sort of filtering people through that way was a smart strategy. Doing the Juku tournament was also pretty smart. It gave you sort of something to watch, something that had some kind of stakes to it. We also got to see Yuki Mashiro, at that time, I guess known as Trainee White, debut or do her exhibition stuff. Got to see Nao Ishikawa also debut officially during that time frame. Got the heartwarming story of Hamako Hoshi, who I have only recently found out did not believe the fans cared about her because she is old and has wrestled there for so long. And then when the fans voted her to win over Tsukasa Fujimoto and Sakushi, apparently, according to one Yappy, she was crying backstage out of happiness because the fans loved her. And so
also, ShoePro voted that Tsukasa Fujimoto Ham match #1 Ice Ribbon match of the year out of that. So it did matter to a lot of the fans over there in Japan.
Yeah, I think the fact that she has the belt even now, granted, I don't think she's going to have it much longer, but I think that whole thing was a very heartwarming thing for her. And knowing that makes me really think that the Ice Ribbon fan base is probably one of the best fan bases in Joshi. They seem to really care about the wrestlers, really care about their well-being and them personally, and it's very heartwarming to see, especially nowadays, in the discourse we see online with Joshi. But I think the big thing, the big capitalization they took upon when it comes to the COVID stuff was the international store. Yappy, I don't think it can be underestimated just how important Yappy is to this company right now. She originally was doing the under the table hush hush, email me, I'll get merch for you, to send me the PayPal money. This was way back in 2019 because I was buying merch from her about the summer of 2019. So this was going on for a little bit, but I think the pandemic and the fact that so many people, probably mainly me and maybe one other person, were just giving them thousands and thousands of dollars, made her go from just a wrestler to a wrestler and a full salary employee handling the international store. And I think that's important. I think the utilization of pay-per-view through the Nico channel has also been very important. We've now been able to catch nearly every big show live, including Ribbon Mania this year, which is a big deal because normally you cannot catch that live. It's normally you got to catch these Samurai TV broadcasts. That's usually how it's been every year. This year it's being different, which is a big deal, I think, personally. But I think in terms of the in-ring storytelling wise, we saw the rise of Suzu Suzuki, a 17-year-old, well, now 18-year-old prodigy, in my opinion, a generation talent, something you don't see happen very often. I believe the last one that I can recall was Io Shirai, which is a big, big compliment, yeah, if you ask me. Her being champion at such a young age with such little experience, I think it takes the Utami comparison to shame. It just kicks that down the curb. Utami is 3 years in, is holding the top belt, and I don't think she's even ready now. This will go to the Stardom discussion, but I don't think Utami's even ready for the belt now. Suzu, 2 years, not even 2 years at the time that she had won it, almost 2 years in, was more than ready and was putting on performances with the top wrestlers of that company, going beat for beat, match for match, and nearly adding a new move to her arsenal almost every single match we watch, to the point where I don't even know how many moves she has in her arsenal. I don't know if she just stopped dropping some of them. She has so many moves. She could have just stopped doing half of them, and it's not even noticeable. Just the improvement she has at such a young age, too, handling the responsibilities of being the figurehead of the company, not only being the champion, but doing all the interviews and the media circuits and things like that, how important that is and how much responsibility at just 18. I don't know about you, but at 18, I could not handle even a fraction of that. And the fact that she can do all of that, as well as maintain her great in-ring presence, is just astounding.
I don't know, I moved to a foreign country when I was 17 alone, so, you know.
Oh, look at you being all fancy. What, are you holding major titles in companies, though?
No, but I was learning a foreign language. Anyways, you know, I'm important, 2K. Don't forget about me over here. Award-winning podcaster over here.
Award-winning podcaster. I think Suzu being where she is, I feel like a lot of people praise it, but I just feel like there's such a magnitude to it. You don't see talent like that. It's a generation talent. It's very rare that comes along, and I feel like the fact that Ice Ribbon has that on their staff is just astounding. I bet you if Stardom had the ability to buy her, they would do it in a heartbeat. That talent's crazy to have that kind of talent on your roster. And that's just one wrestler. They have Maya Yuiki, who I think is the best wrestler in the world right now, best women's wrestler. And Tsukasa Fujimoto, who I think is the second best, and usually who I use as the benchmark. Those three being on the same roster, it's just baffling that this company has that level of talent where they have it. Also the stories of Tsukushi, the drop kickers, that whole thing with Tsukushi and Tsukasa's story, it was great. I think some of my favorite shows, if I look at my favorite shows as a whole of the year, Ice Ribbon has majority of them. Everything from their Buntai show to the Ribbon Night show to the crossover show with my other favorite promotion, Actress Girls, to just everything about them. Bringing Seriano was also a very big deal. She kind of was just in Oz Academy, and the fact that she's there and not in Stardom, I think is also a pretty big deal as well. She's probably the hottest free agent. The fact that she's chosen to be in Ice Ribbon, I think, is also a pretty big deal. As you can tell, I have nothing but praise for them. I can't think of any negatives. I have none off the top of my head I could think of.
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate here because as as far as I know, the only podcast that actually covers Ice Ribbon and has been for the past 2 years, the best way I possibly could with the limited access through various means. I'll just play devil's advocate here with the fact that this was basically the only Joshi promotion and only promotion in Japan that really, besides Big Japan Wrestling, that ran through the pandemic. And that, whether you believe they should have or not, I think is worth the conversation, because that was a big deal at the time. Now, as for the fans, the flip side of that is the fans of Ice Ribbon got so much to sink their teeth into. That's a huge positive, and they've only grown from there. And I believe they grew their international presence to leaps and bounds, to levels we didn't expect them to get to. And we've seen it. We've seen more from the promotion in 2020, more than we ever have before. So I guess that's what I have coming out of it. How about you, Parker?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a testament to what you said. I watched more Ice Ribbon this year than I ever have in previous years. And I think Kay made a great point that pretty much took the words out of my mouth with they have three, it's a little bit of a broken record to talk about aces in Japanese companies, but they have three aces in this promotion with Fujimoto, Yukihi, and then of course Suzuki, who, like Kay said, you can't say enough great things about. I mean, seriously, just fantastic title matches every single time out. I thought the Tsukushi one was actually the best one, in my opinion.
Okay.
That was just an unbelievable match, I thought, with I was biting on every single near fall and everything like that. And they're the way they differentiate themselves, I think it's easy to get them kind of I don't know if mixed up is the right word, but kind of see them on the level as something like seaDlinnng, right? I think what sets them apart is their mid card to upper mid card, like the rest of the roster outside of those top stars. Because I mean, the Frank sisters are a fantastic tag title team to hold the championships. You think about people like Hoshi, who are there. Risa Serra, who's been holding the mid card belt for half the year, has done a fantastic job. She had that incredible hardcore match with Rini. Who was it?
Rina Yamashita.
Yeah, Rina Yamashita. Yeah, exactly. I always get her mixed up with TJPW Yamashita, but anyway, that incredible one at Buntai at Yokohama was unbelievable and completely unlike anything you would see in Joshi throughout the years. So Sarah provided fantastic variety for the shows, which I think was just enough to the point where it's not overwhelming the show at all, because you knew you were going to get that fantastic main event. So, I mean, really, and yeah, like you said, Tsukushi is there, and she's, she had that big title match, and she was with the drop kickers, but she really hasn't broken out into that top star role yet. She's still waiting up there. So, and Yukihi being as reliable as possible. I also want to applaud Ice Ribbon for keeping those three main matches, having the singles matches between those three top stars, few and far between. They're really trying to limit, clearly, the amount of combinations and matches that they have so that they save them for their biggest shows, unlike seaDlinnng, where you kind of get that Nakajima, Yoshiko, Fujimoto combination every single show in some cases. So yeah, I'm extending everything you guys have said. Ice Ribbon has been a fantastic promotion all year. It was so gutsy to put the title on Suzuki after you have such a fantastic champion already in Yukihi, but I think that's going to lead to even better stories down the road. And if some of these young stars continue to develop, I mean, they can easily start moving into bigger buildings, and we'll see more growth from Ice Ribbon. Great promotion, great year.
Yeah, I think a lot of people constantly sleep on Ice Ribbon. They talk about TJPW has its ease of access, and Stardom is, we're about to talk Stardom here in a little bit, and that's probably going to be a huge conversation with all that's gone through there. However, with a lot of Western fans, there's just so much always missed on Ice Ribbon, and I don't think at this point it has to do with Japanese being the language barrier into it all. You get, once you realize who's on top, what a Joshi promotion is, Ice Ribbon has its comedy, sure, but it also has its mixture of a serious tag title run. They have a comedy belt. They have comedy characters, absolutely. Where they've diverted from years past is you don't get that weird intergender stuff unless you get the 666 involved, which, par for the course, I suppose, but it doesn't mean you have to watch it if you don't like it. You can easily skip it. Its ease of access makes it, I think, a better time now more than ever to get into arguably the second largest women's promotion in Japan. So that's my final thought on it.
I will say, to bounce off of the two things that Parker said, just one last thing. I don't think it was gutsy at all to put it on Suzu. I think it showed conviction in Tsukasa Fujimoto, who's the booker. She recognized his talent, and according to what Yappy had sort of said, Suzu was kind of became a Tsukasa Fujimoto pet project. I think the minute she saw her talent, she took her under her wing, and I think the decision to put the belt on her off of Maya was a fantastic decision, and I feel like it was one that was going to happen regardless of one Julia staying or not, who I think was what they were originally wanting to do with Maya, was take the belt off and put it on Julia, but I just don't think Julia, this is my own speculation by the way, but I just don't think Julia was getting to that level for them.
Why, you don't think Sawama had anything to do with it, with All Japan, the rumblings, and buying Ice Ribbon?
You might have a point. He doesn't seem to like pasta, I think. But I think Julia was supposed to be the one to take the belt off of Maya, and I think the fact that she didn't progress fast enough was probably also why she bailed or felt that she needed to leave. It just seems like the timing worked in that regard. It seems things matched up. I think she wasn't progressing, and Suzu's like right behind her. And so I think she probably also saw that Tsukasa was taking her under wings. Like, oh, well, my clock's ticking. I might want to get out of here first chance I get. And that said, I think what you had mentioned about them not mixing up their top people all the time, I think you see companies like TJPW doing similar things.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. They don't put their big people in the same matches, even tag matches, very often. Sorry. And I think companies like Stardom could learn from that with their big sort of main events, the preview matches they always do. I feel like those sometimes they telegraph the finishes sometimes by doing those. And I think sometimes you get overexposed with some of those. Like, I think had Julia and Tam had more matches, tag matches against each other, I feel like I'd have been burnt out by the time that they got that white belt match. I feel like they should probably limit how many times they do those, but I think that's a personal thing on my own part. But I also think how Ice Ribbon does it is perfect. I think the perfect example was the Arisa Nakajima and Tsukushi versus Tsukasa and Maya birthday tag match that Tsukasa wanted. The fact that you had those people in the ring, and Maya and Arisa Nakajima were only in the ring for like a minute tops. And that right there was like a big match. They were like, hey guys, this might be a thing at some point.
It's my most wanted match of 2021 right there.
I want that match tomorrow. But I think it's important that they do that. They make you want that match. And the more you see it, the more you want it, but you don't see it very frequently, so you want it that much more.
Any last thoughts on Ice Ribbon, guys?
Yeah, just that I think it is important to note that they lost probably their biggest up-and-coming star, Julia, right before the start of the year, and they were getting a lot of, mid-card wrestlers, sort of up-and-comers like Himeka, who also went to Stardom, were making pretty frequent appearances for Ice Ribbon as well. So to maintain this pretty, underratedly stacked roster throughout that is just, more all the praise to Fujimoto that you can possibly give for creating such an exciting, enjoyable promotion.
There's a reason why Ishikawa and Sawama kind of sought her out specifically for their little project they got going on over there, for her to help out. There's good reason behind that. Yeah, I did like the injection of actress girls, a lot of their roster, their use of freelancers, how Peace Party became kind of their second show, and it got me to watch a lot more of that than I ever had before in the past. And we've seen a lot of development through there as well. So, and good on Ice Ribbon throughout the year. It's one of my top promotions of the year with that. So, Kay, do I play Julia's song or Mayu's song?
I think you play the Icons song.
Julia's it is. I'm glad you asked. I was going to play hers regardless. I was totally in for the shtick on that one. Stardom! So this is where we integrate a little bit of Osaka Dream, their recent big show. We could go into a lot of the year-end climax with Yoshiko and Nene coming back. I think we already mentioned that. If you're listening to a Joshi podcast, you already know the whole story behind Yoshiko and Neneism and what is handled there, so I'll let other podcasts and your own reading handle that. I want to talk about Stardom in 2020, because what a ridiculous... This promotion probably had, in my opinion, the biggest downs and the highest of highs. The downs being the retirements that hit at the beginning of the year, the Hazuki and Kagetsu, specifically Kagetsu leaving the promotion in February, Arisa retiring due to a head and neck injury. I believe it was head and neck. And dropping the white belt. She was pegged, even wrestling a dark match at Wrestle Kingdom, to be one of the top stars of the promotion. And then it has to be said, the unfortunate passing of Hana Kimura and what happened after that. And that was at the beginning of the year. A crazy thing that has happened with this promotion. So where they went from there was they were shut down. There was a little show in between where even then title matches got pushed back, and they finally came back in July, I believe. Is that correct, Kay?
I believe it was later than that. I think they came back in about August.
Well, I know the 5-star got pushed back a couple weeks as well. Regardless, they've built up lower and mid-card talent better booking-wise, in my opinion, than almost every single promotion on the planet. I think really the only one that's better is Dragon Gate, for their reasons. They've really spent the money, maintained financially, and grown despite all this by bolstering their roster, seeing the improvements of Julia becoming a top star and, dare I say, draw for the company with her position. Mayu having one of the best Joshi top belt runs I've seen in a long time. The only one I can really compare to is Maya, but Maya didn't unfortunately I have to say it, Maya didn't have the level of competition and highest of high-end matches that Mayu had this year. So the highest of highs and the lowest of lows for this promotion, I could go on forever about what Stardom has went through and then overcome, and I'm just amazed with where I am coming out of Osaka Dream with a major story in a faction, Julia's white belt run, and the crowning of Utami and putting in her final match. I'm saying it. This is Stardom has cemented, at least in my eyes, the third top promotion in Japan, only behind New Japan and Dragon Gate. Now, is that maybe a bold statement? I don't know. I think they're there. I think they are at this point on the verge of, if they're not already there, past a Noah, certainly past All Japan. I think All Japan's year was pretty bad. A Joshi promotion has not been or drawing this level in 15, 20 years. Those are my thoughts. Parker, how about yourself?
Yeah, I think everything pre-pandemic, and then of course with Hanakamura's passing, is pretty much, for all intents and purposes, like, may as well be a different promotion at this point, based on the talent that has been added. I mean, a legitimate like dozen new wrestlers to the talent, which Stardom doesn't have a big roster by any means. So for that major turnover to happen, of course, there was the retirements of Oshiki and Kagetsu as well. So I completely agree. I think what Stardom did this year is they focused on wrestling, and they were like, we're just gonna, you know what, I think what they were probably thinking was, in the wake of the death of one of our top superstars under horrible circumstances, we're going to just get back to being a promotion, and we're going to put on matches, and we're going to do our best to wrestle good matches. We're going to start with our Grand Prix, we're going to get that going, and we'll move on from there. And to me as a fan, I mean, that's, regardless of the circumstances, that's what I want. And so I'm very happy that they decided to do that. And it's because of that it makes the storytelling elements, like, you think about pretty much everything Nakano has been involved in has been along these lines. It makes, when you actually go into genuine story developments, all the more satisfying. Like her fantastic feud with Julia, which I think is one of Stardom's highlights of the year. The Cosmic Angels split, I didn't love at first, because I don't think Shirakawa is a very good wrestler at all, and I've seen very little of Unagi Sayaka. So for me, that was like, oh, I don't know about that. But I thought the match was fantastic at Osaka Dream, and I thought the storytelling was really strong overall. Doing everything you said about building new stars and just establishing fresh faces is completely on the nose, and I think they've done it judiciously, to where they understand what wrestlers are good at and what wrestlers are not good at. Like, they didn't try to put Micah in Stars or something like that. They didn't try to put, Unagi in DDM or something outside of their sort of comfort zone. They did a great job with their talent placement. Like, DDM has existed for genuinely only a few months, and they're already like one of the most cohesive units in all of wrestling. So I think they did a great job there. My only real criticism post-pandemic for Stardom was, I just want there to be a bit more innovation or excitement or creativity in how they actually book between the ropes. And what I mean by that is, so Iwatani had 26 matches make my match guide this year, which is the most out of any wrestler, male or female. But there were so many of them were like these really solid, really enjoyable formulaic, like 6-man tags that are always very good. But you'd get to title matches with some of these people, or big singles matches, and it's like, okay, big move, big move, big move, and then it's the finish, and then it's like, oh, that was really good. But it didn't, thought very little outside of the Marvelous involvement sent Stardom to that next level, where I'm thinking, okay, this is a promotion that can hang with any other promotion in the world. And I want more of that from Stardom going forward. And I think they're trending on that right track, because Hayashi Shida, who I am not the biggest fan of, has had 2 fantastic title matches. Her title win over Iwatani was, I thought, the best match of her career. And then her first defense over Watanabe, I thought, was even better. And so that's great. And even though I know I'm in the minority, but there are some people who've sort of expressed the sentiment too. I didn't love the Suri Julia match, mostly because I thought it was rather directionless. It was, at least I felt, something creative to do beyond they just did like, a 16-minute singles match that was like pretty good. So I'm excited to see what they do with that going forward, because somebody like Kagetsu was so exciting between the ropes, and even Kimura was so exciting between the ropes that it's like, okay, we need more wrestlers like that. And Azumi, Starlight Kid, those are the types of wrestlers who can sort of fill that mold, I think.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
So I think I want to start with the negatives, get those kind of out of the way, the ones that everyone's sort of already pointed out. Sort of the retirements at the beginning of the year. I think Getsu was already a thing that was going to happen at some point anyways. She had expressed that she was going to retire within 2 years after she won the red belt, so that was going to happen. Hazuki was a shocker, and that was a shoot or not is very still up in the air with how she sort of was acting and saying things at the time. I think at the beginning of the year, I think after the shutdown and all that stuff, I think they lost a lot of momentum. And then I think when Arisa retired, they lost a lot more momentum. But then I think when Hana Kimura passed away, I think that's when Stardom as a company started getting, they were ice cold. Like, I don't think they could have been any more cold than they could have been at that point. And I think my biggest negative on that was it Stardom, how they handled it, how Bushiroad, the parent company, handled the Hana Kimura passing. And sort of some of the things that were said by the management of Bushiroad. Sort of a lot of it seemed to put Rossi and Stardom in the crossfire, even though I don't think Rossi was anywhere near any of that and was making any of the decisions that were made against Kyoko. And I feel like it was unfair to him, the girls, and the promotion. Bushiroad's kind of handling of that made me view Stardom very differently. And it seems like a lot of fans are viewing them a little differently as a result of that. There's a little bit more of it's less of this is a fun promotion and this is a corporate promotion. I've seen a lot of Japanese fans, whenever something goes wrong with Stardom, mention, oh yeah, I forgot, this is a corporate promotion. I think that mentality started changing after Hana Kimura passing.
I have seen and read some discourse with, it doesn't feel like the same promotion that people fell in love with the last couple of years. I think that's okay. It's a promotion trying to grow and do new things, and if you're not into it, that's fine. There's more than enough wrestling out there for you to find your own path again.
Right.
However, with how Stardom came out of it, and with the signees and with building new stars, I think the evidence is there and the statistics back it up. They couldn't have really done any better outside of, as Parker was saying, with the less than stellar, I guess, imaginative booking to it, because a lot of those main events and a lot of everything seems to be very predictable right now. Maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we're still getting high-end matches and very enjoyable. But are they reaching the highest of highs, like, say, the Yuka Sakazaki Mizuki match in a promotion that has a much lower skill level comparatively overall? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Especially when they just drew over 1,000 people to the Edion in Osaka, the biggest crowd a Joshi promotion has had there in 15 years. So maybe at this current time and echelon where we're at, that is the right decision. And going into 2021 and going into Budokan Hall, a very ambitious and very exciting, buzzworthy thing in wrestling in general, because not even Noah has been back there in many years, and they're going back too. Maybe in 2021 we're looking at, now that we've built up a lot of these wrestlers into very solidified roles at this point, now we're looking into the more ambitious type booking and very exciting main events to come. And if Utami's at the top and Julia's at the top, I'm more on the positive than negative very easily in that aspect.
Right. Well, that's why I wanted to get the negative out of the way, because I have a lot more positive to say.
Right. No, the negatives are very, very sad. More than more than that.
I wanted to get those sort of out of the way. So the positives. Once they came back, it was slow going initially, but I think once we got in the full swing of the 5-star, they started really hitting their stride again. I think that was important for them. The matches were better. The stories were starting to come together. As a fan, I went from being very down on the product to starting to get up on the product.
Do you think the community has a lot to do with that?
I do. The community being very negative at the time. Both sides of the ocean, here and there,
Mm-hmm.
I had a lot to do with sort of the mentality I had, or I think a lot of people also would have had at the time. I would say the back half of the year was very, very strong. The shows, the Yokohama show that they had, the big arena there, was very big, first big time deal, and seeing some of the girls getting emotional coming to the ring. Starlight Kid was probably the first one to hit me when she came out, and you could see that she was trying not to cry a little bit. She just had all like tears out of just pure joy from being in front of maybe it wasn't a packed audience because of the COVID, but the fact they were in a giant arena, and maybe the fact that she and many of them probably never thought they would get there. And I think that was a big deal for me as a fan, seeing how happy they were. I will point out that you said that a company hasn't been this big in 15 years. That company was AJW. Last time
I've heard of this. I've heard of this promotion.
So, I think I've messaged you, and we've had this discussion before. I think Stardom right now is AJW.
They do have a lot of similarities. There's no doubt behind that.
They're running Korakuen as a in-between show, much like AJW. They have big shows and big arenas for their bigger blow-off shows, much like AJW. And the biggest one, they have a national broadcast TV deal, much like AJW. The fact that they have all of these pieces isn't small coincidence. I think Bushiro was intentionally trying to make them the next AJW. Will they be that way from an in-ring standpoint? Probably not. I don't think anything has that work rate anymore, so I think that's not the standard I would set them to.
It's a high bar to cross, yes, indeed.
Right, but I think the fact that they're trending that way, I think it'll really start hitting home for people when we start getting not only bigger fans, like more fan base going over there, and more people, more buzz and coverage on them. But I think the minute we see a wrestler come through the system that says this match, the Momo Utami match from Osaka Dream, is what made me want to be a wrestler. I think once we start seeing those sorts of things, or Mayu Utani inspired me to want to be a Joshi wrestler, much like the Bull Nakano inspired me to be a Joshi wrestler, or Chigusa Nagayo did such a thing.
Bull Nakano always has inspired me to be a Joshi wrestler. I'll just throw that out there on record.
I, for one, think Chigusa Nagayo inspires me, but that's just me. But I think the fact, once we start getting to that point, I think that's when we're going to start hitting that. That's going to be a hit home thing. They'll probably have made it finally there. I will only touch upon the two main events.
Well, right now, Dragon Gate makes more Joshi wrestlers out of everybody, and Big Japan for some reason.
No, see, Dragon Kid, and death matches seem to make a lot more Joshi wrestlers. Julia Shuri was a great match. I feel like had it not been a time draw, I'd have gone full 5.
I'll interrupt you with that one, because this is a talking point I wanted to just make real quick here. With the two promotions, seaDlinnng and Stardom, between those two alone, I think I've seen more time limit draws than I ever have in the last 5 years, and that includes even watching old WCW and NWA stuff. So,
it's really absurd.
I will.
2 of them in the N1 victory alone. So
no thanks. No, I don't even want to. I completely checked out of the All Japan 60-minute one that went, and the Noah title match that went 60. I could not do it. It came at a bad time. But the Julia Shuri match is a good example of they're doing it too much. I think the fan base is getting burned out, at least in the West. Now, as for the match, I thought the match was excellent. And I'm seeing a lot of interesting divide between Western fans and Eastern fans. And by East, I mean Japanese fans, with how the match is being received. My description in a single word of the match was tough. But I also described the finish, although I liked it, the fact that it went to a 30-minute draw, I thought was a bit of a cowardice move because of how many time limit draws we've seen prior. The SW, I'll just kind of end that thought there. I think the Split of Stars is a great story. I thought the booking of that match at Osaka Dream was actually quite brilliant, with having to you felt they built the feud up between Tam, the Split of Stars, and Mayu as this kind of best friends, more or less. Mayu feeling betrayed, and Tam being one of the best Joshi storytellers out there, just from a promo and character standpoint, and how this match then was built on the elevation of the other people in the group, with something as simple as Starlight Kid pinning Tam with a finishing move that wasn't the Code Red deal that she does.
She pinned it with her own finishing move, with Tam's Tiger Suplex.
Right. Wearing a tiger mask is probably no coincidence there. To Mayu and Tam essentially being thrown out first from their group, and Mina Shirakawa, who unfortunately got a broken nose for Christmas thanks to Julia, ran the table. So they set their number twos in the unit. Is this kind of booking, I think, that has really elevated Stardom quite well into 2020, and is setting up a lot of their cast up and down the card for a good 2021. And then Utami and Momo was just a fantastic match. I'm not going to be a coward on it. It's getting 4.75 stars for me to put a star rating on it. It's one of the best women's matches of the year. It just hit that high of highs for me. Now, we've discussed this on the podcast many times. How you feel about a finish, that's one of our criteria on how we feel about a match in the end. Hey, you do you, right? But from the Niagara scale guy that we know on Twitter and in the Discord, he has, I think, the great star rating. Is it a recommended? Is it a watch? Is it an essential? 1, 2, or 3 stars? I give the whole Osaka Dream show a 3-star, and I give Stardom from August on a good 3-star. It's a highly recommended promotion. It's very much into it, and I'm very much looking forward to what they're going to pull out in 2021. They have a hot angle heading into the new year. I can't ask for much more out of a promotion. Parker, you have any final thoughts on Stardom?
Yeah, this Hayashishita Maika match is such a huge test. I can't remember the last time a major promotion has sort of thrown two. In most promotions, at least one of the members in a major title match is seen as one of the promotion's 2 or 3 best wrestlers. I don't think most people would qualify. Hayashishita has been great in her 2 title matches. Maika has been solid, but she's still very young, very inexperienced. I have not seen any sort of, she's had no, again, to put a star rating on it, 3.5-star singles matches, in my opinion, in her entire career. So that's a huge test going forward. I'm very excited for it because I always love to see people get new shots, but I'm also ever so slightly nervous because it's a really big spot, and there's no Momo in there, there's no Mayu in there, there's not even like a Nakano or a Julia in there who can kind of run things out there. It's gonna be tough for those two, but I'm excited to see how they go for it.
Stardom has a knack for doing this. Hoshiki, when she first came back, they kind of threw her to the wolves, and she overcame and flourished. So did Julia, as one of the most improved wrestlers on the planet in 2020. And with Maika and Utami's history, they're putting a little story in there. I think it's a bold decision. I really like it. It's not out of the realm of what Stardom has done. And I'm looking at this Utami Maika match, their first big thing that they're doing in 2021, kind of like in the same light and viewpoint I looked at the Suzu Haruka Umasaki match, where it was just 2 extremely young wrestlers going at it in a title match. Kay, do you feel the same?
I want to echo Parker's point to an extent. I think he made the exact argument that I had been making. So Niagara had pointed out that he thought that Momo and Utami was one of the best matches in the company's history. I second that. I think it's at least one of the top 3, right? Well, I went back and I rewatched Momo and Kiona 2 with the white belt match, what I consider their best match.
The one in Nagoya? Factory of Sadness? The Town of Sadness?
Factory of Sadness, the one that's
The Cleveland of Japan.
So I watched that match, and then I watched the Utami Momo match again. And I think the biggest thing that hit me was Momo put this match together. Tommy didn't have any say. It's very clear that Momo put that match together because it has all of the fingerprints of a big Momo match all over it.
Sure.
So I think the fact that Mayu also in her title, the reason that match was so good was Mayu sold the hell out of everything Utami did. She sold it like death. Every time Utami did anything to her, she died. And then when she would come back, it was these big moves. It was such a one-sided match that didn't feel that way. And I felt like it was a good thing. I think the fact that Utami is not going to have a Mayu or a Momo is a big deal. And I think the fact it's going to be at a Korakuen main is probably better than it being like a maining of a big show. I'm not as confident in Utami just because I've never seen her sort of do what is required of a big champion in that spot in her career so far. She's always kind of been the one that's guided, not the one that's doing the guiding. Look at her best matches, and they're against people that tend to help her through the match. Your Kyona's, Himika. That Himika match was great, but I feel like Himika took such control of most of that match in terms of how it was pacing around that I think it helped Utami. Utami is not somebody I think is capable of carrying a match on her own, and I think that scares me in terms of how she's going to go forward. She's had, I think, at least 4 matches with Micah, and none of them have really blown me away. And so I'm hoping for a difference in this one, because Micah's much better now than she was their first couple singles matches, including the 5-star match. Such a short period of time, Micah's gotten so much better. Utami just seems to be the same Utami from last year. Watching her last year, I've tried to go back and watch some of her stuff from 2019, and she's not any different. Her matches are about the same. Her in-ring's about the same. Her selling's about the same. Even her promos are the same. And I think that's what's concerning. It doesn't feel like she's progressed to the point where I feel like she should be champion right now. I feel like it was too soon. But I get why they did it. You need to make new stars. I think had Hana Kimura not passed, had Arisa not retired, Utami wouldn't be the champion right now. They would have won a different route, but the fact that they needed to make new stars fast is why you saw Julia, who I thought was already going to get the white belt, but why you saw her skyrocket to the level that she did. Why you're seeing...
It's possible, sure.
Tommy get pushed to the level that she's getting pushed to. Why we're seeing some of this, I think, is a lot of it has to do with the fact that they need to make new stars. And I feel like this Micah match is going to be the good indicator on where Utami is. If the match is a dud, I think that should be a bit of a concern. I think you brought up the Hoshiki thing, and I think Arisa Hoshiki's run I wasn't a big fan of it, but those matches weren't bad. And I feel like a lot of it was because Arisa could sell and could put things together pretty well on her own. And I don't see that in Utami, and that has me a little concerned.
I mean, we can kind of compare the B. Priestley run. And that didn't start off on any good note with a lot of people. But anyways, I digress. Do we see big things from Stardom in 2021? I think so. I think a lot of the signs are there. Yeah. They changed their logo, which I actively had an epiphany when I first saw it, where I was like, this looks like a lot of designer clothes logos, and looked up like Gucci and Chanel and all this. Looks exactly like it.
I hate the logo. It looks bad.
Well, look, Kay, you are not a female that likes designer clothes.
It looks bland and boring.
Well, I will have you know upon some research that there's a lot of Japanese fans, specifically leaning towards women, that really like it. And they like DDM's logo. And a lot of these things are gearing towards, and what's one of Stardom's key marketing aspects? They want to bring a lot of the women audience back to women's wrestling. And these kind of moves, I think, are moves in the right direction. And just because UK, some, dare I say, a male from the United States isn't a fan of it, maybe you're not the prime audience they're going for, and you don't need to like the logo. But I personally, when I saw that in the upper left-hand corner at year-end climax there, in that little video, it looked quite nice. So...
It looks like black text on white font. Basic black, like I could go to Microsoft Word to make that logo. That's why I don't like it. It has no personality or character to it. And
a lot of people would disagree with that.
You put it next to the other promotions logos, be it men or women's, it looks really out of place.
I forget where I read this, but one comment over the logo was it's funny how we're talking about this at the end of it all, but one comment was, it doesn't look like a wrestling logo. It looks like I could put this on something and wear it proudly. Because there is still a stigma of being a wrestling fan.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Is like, I'm not gonna walk around with the pink logo with like the sort of wacky block letters on it, even if it's a more appropriate logo for like the product itself. I would maybe wear something with this logo on it personally, but again, I don't think we're the target audience, so to speak.
I wore my Lulu Pencil white shirt with pink font. I wore that to work.
Well, okay. Does that do it for Stardom? I think we've covered the basis of everything. Do we have anything more to say over Osaka Dream?
Show, go watch it if you haven't.
Yeah, I just want to say that the high speed match, even though I ended up really liking it, I wanted a little bit more from it, just because I thought that Zumi and Hoshizuki in that 6-man tag that main event, I believe that was that the main? No, it wasn't the main event of the Korakuen show, I don't think. But it was a fantastic 6-man tag with QQ versus Marvelous, and their interactions, like they were the clear MVPs. And I thought they relied a little bit too much on the cradle spam. I thought they could have done a little bit more.
There's the Marvelous style.
With what they did. I know.
High speedo.
High speedo, yeah. But no, I would have. I think that these two have a better match in them in the future, which is to be expected from two teenagers. But yeah, and then a big title win for Ida, who I actually got a little emotional with her post-match promo, which I thought was a real star-making performance. And I like Giant Saya. I think she's a talent out there, and hopefully they don't let kind of her unique look like stop her from being who I think she could be.
In the past, I said they should put a mask on her. I am rescinding that, because now she's full-on Scott Steiner Saya Ida with me. She needs to start beating people up in the back with lead pipes, cutting incomprehensible promos, and I'm right on board.
I agree that she should start doing that. But question, Parker, have you seen how much Neo, like the promotion Neo High Speed, have you seen?
Almost none.
So I liked the Azumi May match for the fact that it felt very much like a Neo High Speed match, and we don't get a lot of that in Stardom. The high speed they kind of do is usually just go fast, do lucha moves, and it doesn't seem to have the same amount of brisk, fast pace, and desperation, sort of catching people and anything can make you lose the match sort of speed to it. And I felt when I watched that match, I felt like Starlight Kid holds Azumi back when it comes to high speed matches. I felt like I saw Azumi not only go faster, but do way more better, crisp sequences than I've seen her do with Starlight Kid, and it made me feel like Starlight Kid holds her back in that regard. It feels like Azumi wants to do, like she's watched Neo. She watches Neo. She probably goes back and studies it and wants to do just that Neo high speed style. It just feels like Starlight Kid just wants to do fast lucha, which isn't high speed. It's high speed is you can be caught at any given second. Imagine what 11 minutes. That's about the perfect sort of time frame for a high speed match. It's not supposed to be you get a full match. It's you get caught with anything. It's like any given Sunday kind of match. You get caught with just a roll up. You get caught with just getting hurricaned into a pin. It's stuff like that, and I like that being the style. And the belt itself is the Neo high speed belt.
That's kind of lucha libre at a core as well, to an extent.
Right, but it feels. It's more brisk, fast, no slowing down.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I liked that in the match, and that's why I'm such a big fan of it. A lot of people don't like the cradle spot, but that to me just harkens back to a Natsuki Tayo styled Neo high speed match. And I'm like, I could eat that up all day. It's great. And it made me really, really like that match a lot more.
All right,
I have context, I guess.
We gotta get a move on here. It doesn't look like we're gonna get to preview Wrestle Kingdom, but we got Dragon Gate, New Japan. We'll get out of here. Was really hoping to play the Dragon Dia music, but going into Dragon Gate, RED reigns supreme is kind of the story of Final Gate coming out of it. I do want to hit Final Gate before we get into the positives and negatives, because what happened at Final Gate is kind of what happened with the promotion throughout 2020. We ended 2019 with all of the factions in Dragon Gate disbanding and going into 3 of them. The Torimon generation, the Dragon Gate generation, and RED, the heel group. Over the course of 2020, we saw a tag title tournament in which was the story of the year for Yamato of not being able to capture the tag titles no matter the tag partner. RED reigned supreme of the tag division, except for a short little stint in between. But during that time in between, the Dreamgate title had been captured finally by Eita, finally crowning him as the last of the millennials, so to say. And then going into the pandemic, they looked to be gearing up for a lot of different unit battles through these generations, and that was unfortunately put on a fast track, so to say. That's why so much going into as soon as July hit, and they were able to go through a Korakuen show was what it was in mid-July. Mistaken there, but they went balls to the wall in doing 2 things. One was they were gonna finish their stories. Pandemic be damned or not. If that came too fast for you, I hope you could catch up. And number 2 was they're going to push young talent, period. They were not afraid. The boldest of booking decisions for any company out there. And I have nothing but praise from Dragon Gate from January to beginning of March. The King of Gate the King of Gate tournament was their very slow period that was very tough to watch at times. The story was still there, be damned, they were going to do that, of Eita overcoming Naruki Doi being a very credible champion all year. And then once August hit, they were off to the races. The rise of SB Kento, the rise of Hip Hop Kakuta, the return of Shun Skywalker, the new unit of Masquerade, the New Orleans Boys, as it's making the rounds, as they're called. And culminating with an entire generation being disbanded in a match filled with I've seen people, Dragon Gate fans, put together 21 years of history in one match. What a year for Dragon Gate! It's my promotion of the year. With Ice Ribbon as a close second, depending on how your fandom lies. I was extremely impressed with how far this company has grown in this year, even with a pandemic involved. I was very impressed how much talent has been elevated. Did the promotion reach, from an in-ring standpoint, the levels of, say, a Noah or New Japan especially? Probably not for a lot of people, if you watch more than just Dragon Gate. And I think that's okay. I think what Dragon Gate wanted to accomplish this year did exactly that and more, because now we have a promotion that has more buzz behind it than it has in the very least the last 5 to 6 years. I think that's very, very exciting for what's coming in 2021. Parker, what are your feelings over Dragon Gate?
Yeah, for me it was really Dangerous Gate where it started to pick up steam for me. I'm with you in that there were some good matches earlier in the year. Like I love the Naruki Doi Susumu Yokosuka Dreamgate match. I thought that was a great match, like early on in the year.
Yeah, I rewatched that one recently. It's way better than I initially watched back in March.
Super hot crowd for that one. But like aside from that, and that's pretty much what I've expected from Dragon Gate the last few years. It's just, we'll get some cool matches, we'll get some fun, 6-man tags. It'll be a unique atmosphere, and it doesn't really go beyond that. Then Dangerous Gate, I thought was such a awesome show overall, where we had that. It was a hot opener with Ishida defending against Yosuke Santa Maria in a really underrated match, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
The two tag title matches, the Twin Gate and the Triangle Gate, I thought were both very solid. There was that really excellent, pretty exhilarating sprint between KZY and I think it was Doi, right? And then the main event.
Yes, I think it was the 11-minute sprint.
Yeah, and I loved that match. And then the main event was the Dangerous Gate, of course, the Steel Cage 6-way, where Kai joined Red, and that was the big angle that sort of, I think, kicked all this off for me. From there, Gate's been on fire. I've loved pretty much everything that they've done, except, honestly, I've loved all the tag title matches. I thought the Twin Gate match between it was Hulk and Kai, and then Yamato and I think KZY. I thought that was the best Twin Gate match of the year. Fantastic
interesting
match. I thought there was great storytelling in that. Obviously, SB Kento and Hip Hop Kakuta being serious parts, pushed acts in the company, is a huge deal, with RED becoming this major sort of overwhelming heel stable. But the only thing I can really say that I didn't love was some of the Dreamgate matches since the pandemic. I haven't really thought there's been that one blowaway Dreamgate match, whether it was Eita, although I did love the Doi match, Eita, or even with Skywalker, while I did love the Benkei match, that was obviously marred by other reasons. I didn't think any of them quite reached that level where I'm like, yeah, wow, what a main event, something I would expect from something like New Japan or Noah, exactly like you said. And so that's what I'm looking for going forward, especially from Skywalker, who, if this guy's going to be the top guy in the company, he needs to be putting in those incredible performances night in and night out. And he's not quite there yet. But the Masquerade is an awesome unit. I love every member of that unit, including this La Estrella, who I have no idea who it is. And yeah, I'm completely with you on Dragon Gate. I wouldn't call it my promotion of the year because I am such an in-ring guy, and I think New Japan was just better in that. But I think in terms of pure excitement and being like, well, yeah, okay, really enjoying a show, it's hard to beat Dragon Gate right now.
Kay, I introduced you to Dragon Gate in 2020. And I believe it was the Memorial Gate show. Is that correct?
Yeah. The first thing you showed me was the Doi versus Eita title match. You even broke the entire story down for me going into it. And that sort of set me off on this. I can't say that prior to Dragon Gate, I was really into men's wrestling in Japan. It just kind of wasn't my thing. I think I briefly tried New Japan at one point and just bounced out of it super quickly before I even had a chance to get into it. But I'm a sucker for really good storytelling, and Dragon Gate seems to have that in spades. I immediately was falling in love with this promotion. Every time we would watch it together, you would explain some of the stuff going on. But I think the moment it really hit me was the reveal of the demon mask, the yellow demon mask.
The Okada swerve, one of my favorites of the year.
Yes, that was. Rarely do you ever see swerves done correctly. Usually there's always something you can complain about with any swerve. Either it's really badly done, or maybe it was just timing, or it was too obvious. I did not see that coming. And the fact that happened the way it did immediately made me more interested in the Okada title match. I was just enthralled with some of the stories. The Torimon versus RED unit disbandment match, just reading all of the stories built into that one match over years and years, just mind-blowing how well they do all of this. And sometimes it feels like some of these stories are just threads they leave hanging that they eventually can come back to years later.
It's almost like you gotta have a notebook. It's like, oh, I saw Kai look at him strangely to the left side of the ring. I'll mark that down 5 years from now.
Right, it's funny you mentioned that because we also had that BB Hulk looking at Eita's belt when he won it. And now we're starting to see stuff with Eita going on where he's the first person eliminated from the faction.
With the with the barbed wire board that he brought out at Danger Escape that cost him the match for or at least that cost him face when Shimizu was heading out. Yeah, I mean there's
it's crazy how all of that builds together and everything, and then the in-ring stuff itself is also very good. It's like a style, I don't know how to put it, but it almost reminds me of Joshi in the way the in-ring is kind of structured in a way that I feel is familiar to me as somebody who watches tons and tons of Joshi and kind of almost always watches just Joshi. The in-ring style kind of feels like that sort of structure in a way, and it makes me even more interested. I wouldn't say it's my promotion of the year. I feel like I how much I praised Ice Ribbon, it should be pretty obvious that Ice Ribbon is my promotion of the year. But it would definitely be a very close second. I think everything that I've watched from them has been great. I've not seen a single show that I've watched that I've felt like, oh, well, this kind of match I can skip. I've not skipped much of anything. And Team Boku also was probably one of those. If you would have told me just a year ago that I would like a faction like Team Boku, I'd probably look at you like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. They're too goofy. And here I am. I love Team Boku. I am such a big fan of this group and Shimizu's whole story, and god damn it, I want him to get Eita and just beat him up and get his revenge back and win that belt. I need that story tomorrow.
There's not many companies out there that can downgrade their former top champion to a comedy act, but Dragon Gate can certainly do that, where there's this, I mean, they're a DIY promotion through and through, very much like Ice Ribbon in a lot of ways. And one of the cornerstones of the promotion is their fan interaction. And what they do with that is their typical beginning of the show spiel. And at this current case in time, it's Team Boku. And I mean, could you imagine New Japan with Okada? I guess cutting promos at the beginning of a New Japan show with, I don't know, Yano and Hiromu's cat, and they're messing around with it. It just wouldn't work over there, I feel. But in Dragon Gate, it's right at home. And then they can get it, yeah. And I mean, during the pandemic, there was a neat little thing with Marufuji coming in where he pretended to be a fan of Dragon Gate. He's Dragon Gate's biggest fan, but his favorite wrestler was himself.
I love stuff like that. It's like this weird. It's a DIY promotion, and I feel like I have a soft spot for DIY promotions. Hence why I like Ice Ribbon so damn much.
But then go on, Parker.
Go ahead. Okay. You talking there, Kay, I immediately thought of like multiple other things that I thought were fantastic from the promotion throughout the year, including Dragon Dia versus Dia Inferno. I find to be like awesome and like completely unlike anything else you'll see in Japan. Can't wait for whatever that results in.
Like an old school lucha feud.
Yeah, it's exactly. Well, I mean, it's a retelling of Dragon Kid versus K-Ness, but it's which in and of itself like was easily taken from major Rudo versus Technico Lucha Libre from like the 80s and 70s even. But it's just little stuff like that. Like there's that going on, and it's been going on for months and months now, and we're still not no indication that they're going to do the mask versus mask anytime soon. So it's like, they're being patient with it. They're not being like, we got to get this done with, because they recognize that somebody like Inferno is now an established part of RED, and they need to, keep that going. So yeah, I mean, tons of exciting stuff about the promotion. They have so many great young guys, and, people like I said, like Dia, like Inferno, like La Estrella, even other guys like Lee and Minoura who continue to grow like week in and week out. Like they're so set up for the future that it's like ridiculous. And not only that, they have this established set of like older wrestlers who have this aura about them, like Yoshino and Yokosuka and Doi and Dragon Kid and Ultimo Dragon, that when somebody like SB Kento taps them out, it's like, whoa, that's a big deal. And so it's not like they're the New Japan dads where it's, you know, who cares if you beat, you know, Tenzan. It means something here. And so I've loved the booking of them, especially post-pandemic. After some really rough empty arena shows, like no crowd shows, they really picked it up once Dangerous Gate happened, and they're really well set up for the future.
I just want to point out, when you mentioned the youth of the talent right there, right? I'm also a very big fan of that.
I just want to point out there was at one point in the promotion in 2020 where not a single champion was over 30.
Right. So I have made it no small secret that I do not like when the old guard doesn't do the job. And it's
Look,
really
man, when you're as talented and such a high level wrestler as Ozaki, you just never give it up, man. You just can't let that happen.
Yes. You get out of here with that mess. She can't even do a dragon suplex properly. Get out of here with that.
Look, just because Momo copied her and used her finisher that couldn't win the big one, unlike Ozaki. You don't need to be salty over here.
Listen, Ozaki hasn't beaten him with that finisher in 10 years.
It's because she's so good, she doesn't even need it at this point.
She's so good, she can't even do it anymore. Her back is so shot, she can't even get people over for her. There, I said it. I like when youth movements happen. I like when because it always feels fresh. When you see the same people at the top all the time, it gets boring. I hate seeing the same matchups over and over again because then I don't have investment anymore. If I've seen a match 6 times, by the 7th time, I don't care anymore. I've seen it so
There's another promotion out there we could directly reference, yes?
Yeah. There's a few promotions we could probably reference with that. But the fact that Ice Ribbon and Dragon Gate are my 2 favorite promotions, and both of them have this youth movements going through them, is no small coincidence. I love that. And when you see an SB Kento, like you said, tapping out Dragon Kid and all this other stuff, and it's like he swept most of that team. Most of those eliminations were all him. And
4 out of the 5 eliminations were from the great betrayer in my heart, the man called the Boy. Actually, can't even drink in the United States yet. The Boy. Sexy boy Kento over here with the Heartbreak Kid moniker using Bret Hart's finishing move really is just, I am so disgusted by this RED unit. We have Hulk and Kai just being king douchebags with the Twin Gate titles beating up Mocha Fuji. How could this happen?
I love it.
Then we have SP Shithead here tapping out all of the legends I've come to know and love. This is and then we have Hip Hop Kakuta, the most douchebaggiest name of them all, beating Yoshino on his way out retiring. I mean, from the I have to go on to this unit disbandment match because it's probably going to be my match of the year. Because as a Dragon Gate fan and how much history and story was put into such a match, and how it was built up, and you want to talk about the highest of highs New Japan had with Naito winning the title at Wrestle Kingdom this year. There was no other reaction on the opposite end to the extent of how the unit disbandment match ended, with Dragon Kid, Ultimo Dragon's prized student, tapping out to a 20-year-old in the shitheel unit who had run through all of the legends on the team with that utter silence over the crowd and all the old people's sad faces, and Yokosuka just apologizing to the crowd, and then Kness and Dragon Kid in arms walking away to the back. The weapons that were brought into the match all had stories behind them with past units, and as we learned, if a wrestler wears colored contacts, the fans go feral. They just salivate at it. They're just like, oh, look at his blue eyes. Oh my god. It's a level that if you're invested in a promotion, this is what your investment pays off with, is at such a high level that you get something like this. That is my feelings on how Dragon Gate finished out the year. Now, unfortunately, again, I'm just going to preface that the Shun Skywalker Benkei match was very good. I thought on the verge of being great, and then unfortunately, the big knockout happened. And I will point again to the Open to VoiceGate podcast for how they broke down their feelings, emotions, how the promotion runs things, what their thought process probably is going through it. I point to their podcast and how they broke that down, just for that perspective on it, and I very much agree with what they say. So rather than repeat it, I will point to the people that said it first. Parker, do you have any final thoughts on Final Gate and Dragon Gate?
Yeah, my thought on the main event, like, I thought the match was great. The frustrating thing, and I know you guys have probably felt this opinion as well, is that when something sort of negative was viral about, Japanese wrestling, and, there's a lot of negative reaction to it, there's always the caveat that most people sort of reacting to it didn't actually watch the match, right? They saw the GIF, read about the finish, and then like, okay, this is what happened. And if that's all you see and that's all you understand about it, then it seems reprehensible.
Right. When you're looking for a knockout, you'll find the knockout.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that, like, I could tell when I watched it the first time that he got knocked loose. I mean, everybody can. If you couldn't tell after the failed kick out, then I don't know what you're looking at.
Well, at that point, yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, just a minute prior to that, they were throwing like these horrific shoot headbutts at each other, and I'm not somebody who's. I don't have. I watch deathmatch wrestling, so I don't really have an opinion either way on headbutts. Like, if you don't want to hurt yourself, don't do headbutts. If you think they add to the match, do the headbutts. It's whatever. But if the people watching don't necessarily realize that, like, doing like horrifically dangerous stuff the moments leading up to this anyway, to me it's like, well, that kind of cheapens the idea that it's not like they were working this like super safe, well-worked match to the point where somebody got freak knocked out and then the referee just like wasn't paying attention. Obviously the situation's way more complicated than that, and more than anything, I just wish they had kind of treated it like you mentioned earlier in the Shida versus Mao match from DDT, where you just end it. And I think it's more likely that the official didn't quite realize what was happening. Skywalker decided, after he kicked out, that he did know what was happening. Had to do what ended up being a super safe moonsault, about as safe a moonsault as you can do, and they got out of there. And so I think that's the best you can do under the circumstances.
I mean, there is a culture in Dragon Gate that needs to be said, and again, Open the Voice Gate broke it down very well. It's a company that's DIY to the key and built on perfection. And when that perfection is driven away from, people panic and they don't really know what to do. And the fact that there is no doctor ringside in Dragon Gate. I said this before, and I'll say it again. There is a cultural mindset and just culture in general that needs to be changed. Period.
Yeah, no, it's fake, and it's a performance, and in any other athletic endeavor like this, you're going to have a doctor there. That's the very least you can do, is to have some sort of medical professional there. I didn't think it was this like unmitigated disaster that some people thought it was. It obviously was imperfect, but I do like anything, like Benkei's probably going to be fine, and and he had a concussion, and that's not great, but people get concussions a hell of a lot in Japanese wrestling, and
I'm sure the very first match back, Benkei will take an elbow, he'll sell it like death, everyone's gonna freak out, and then he'll spear himself through the turnbuckle and fall to the outside at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
And all you can do is take the steps to make it so something like that doesn't happen again. Like, Skywalker's probably never going to knock somebody out with a running forearm like that again. Like, Benkei is probably never going to take a running forearm quite like that again. So, and they should have some sort of medical professional. So as long as they learn from it, like, I think that's the best you can do, because it's wrestling and it's dangerous.
Indeed. All right.
I just want just want to add to the sort of how that was handled. I see a lot of people treating it like the Matt Hardy thing, like I touched on earlier.
No.
And those two situations are two very different situations. The fact that people are reacting and trying to paint it in the same way is grossly irresponsible. The fact is, Dragon handled that about as well as I think they could without a doctor on standby. The ref, I don't think, had an adequate chance to know what was going on. And the fact that apparently, according to the Open the Voice game, I'm only going to quote them on the fact that Ben K has a history of selling really well like that. I don't think anyone knew until he didn't kick out. And then I think Shun Skywalker did, like you had pointed out, Parker, the safest moonsault could even do to finish the match. This isn't Matt Hardy, where he's clearly not okay, and the match is still continuing for no reason. A doctor's talked to him, and they've still continued. That was grossly irresponsible. This, I don't put in the same league. Not even remotely close. Two different things, and two different ways of handling it. Could they have handled it better? Sure. Did they handle it the best way they did, given the circumstances? I think so. I think that that could have gone way worse many different ways, and the fact that they handled it in a way to at least keep him safe, finish the match, I think was great and well done. Obviously, Shun Skywalker did panic there. It was very obvious with kind of how he was reacting, but I think it was done the best way. I think given the circumstances they could, especially because there was no way to know he was knocked out right off the bat like that until he didn't kick out. Jeff was over there for a second, and I don't think he had enough time to talk to Ben K. Ben K selling the way he does, apparently, was probably a mixed thing of we don't know what's going on. Like I said, a culture of perfection there. So it was probably just assumed it was just normal. The match was still going. There was nothing to indicate that he was knocked out until he didn't kick out. I think that's the important part here.
All right. Well, before we keep going on the topic, we do have one more promotion to talk about before we end this. So let's move on, if you guys don't mind, and we can finish this sucker up. What do you say?
Let's do it.
Kanto to do something with Montreal for you.
The only screw jobs I will talk about these days is the Jacksonville screw job with Kenny Omega. I am disgusted by his actions, and I'm sure he's celebrating in North Carolina without us. New Japan Pro Wrestling, one that Kenny Omega probably screwed over a lot of fans out there as well, speaking of which. A very divisive year in the promotion for fans, at least in the West. I'm not really in tune with a lot of how Japanese fans look at New Japan these days, but there is divisiveness nonetheless, whether it's the stories being told at the top of the card, a particular evil booking decision, as we to coin a phrase there. Kay, you have very little experience with New Japan, probably a little bit more with Retro at this point in time, in the early 90s. But I'd like to hear from Parker first over his thoughts, because I looked at his and read all 100 of his top wrestlers of the year based on his star ratings. Parker, dare I say, I mean, to quote you, you take kind of in ring above all in your wrestling fandom. How has New Japan lived up to its expectations with you? What has been the big negatives with the promotion perhaps this year? And how they kind of came out of because they were the promotion that was shut down, I think, the longest, and then came out of the coronavirus shutdown the way they did, and going into Wrestle Kingdom here. I know that's a lot to ask for you to break down, but there it is.
Yeah, I've watched every single New Japan show, every single New Japan match this year that they put on. I suppose I didn't watch every single New Japan Strong, but I think that's close enough. Those barely count anyway. I think up until the pandemic, they were pretty much perfect in my eyes. I couldn't think of much they could have done better. Every single match I thought was delivering. Really, only Taichi versus Okada was the only major match up until the pandemic that I didn't love under any circumstance. So that being said, I thought they got up to an awesome start. And that start is the reason why there are so many New Japan wrestlers up that high. I mentioned that if you take out Okada, Okada and Ospreay's starts to the year, they both plummet down to like the 20s and 30s to my wrestlers of the year rankings. And so I think it's fair to evaluate as kind of obviously pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Post-pandemic, I liked the New Japan Cup a lot. I thought there was some really good stuff in there. I actually really enjoyed Evil's run, the New Japan Cup, as well as the little stories with Suzuki and Nagata, as well as Sho and Shingo Takagi. Going into Dominion with Evil's title win, had the Matt Hardy Sammy Guevara match not happened, the disaster one, I would have probably rated Evil versus Naito at Dominion, where Evil won the titles, as the worst match of 2020 from any promotion. I absolutely hated that match, would have given it negative 1 million stars. I thought it was boring and like bullshit and unsatisfying and in front of silence and directionless. and it ended up being, I think, mostly correct in that evaluation, because we still don't really know what's going to happen with like Bullet Club and all that type of stuff. With that being said, I thought the G1 was a resounding success. A Block was awesome, night in and night out. That's the reason why Ishii and Takagi are my top 2 wrestlers of the year for their G1 performances. I think I liked the G1 final, actually. If I disliked that much more than pretty much anybody, the previous match, I liked the G1 final this year probably more than just about anybody. I was completely enthralled by Ibushi and Sonata, and I thought it was one of the best matches of the year. Coming from there, I thought there was a really solid Best of the Juniors tournament with Hiromu putting in excellent performances night in and night out, and a pretty shockingly great final, considering I've never seen Desperado ever come close to a match that good. So, yeah, I mean, when you put it all together, it was an unspectacular year post-pandemic for New Japan by New Japan standards. But because I put New Japan on such a higher pedestal compared to every other promotion in the world, I still think that even in a down year, they still consistently had, at least in my opinion, the most consistently good to great to excellent in-ring product throughout the year. And that's why, despite the circumstances, I still think they were the best promotion that I watched all year. And I'm stoked for Wrestle Kingdom. I know that was a whole lot there, but I think I sort of went through the year in sort of eras there. Yeah.
Kay, you're a newbie to New Japan, and what a year to be a newbie. Compared to a lot of the other wrestling you've seen on the year, just to cut to the chase here, you're not high on New Japan. Why is that?
No, I'm very, very low on New Japan. I think a lot of it was coming into New Japan. It's like I didn't know of New Japan, right? I knew Okada was this great wrestler, everything. I knew that Naito was this great wrestler. Then I go in and, I see Naito wrestle Evil in some really awful matches. Then I see Okada throughout the G1 be lame and boring.
Lame. There's a word.
Put on the money clip on what I call the change maker. It's a boring, weak-looking head choke. It's just like bad. And I'm like, oh, come on, your entrance is cool. You're just lame. I have yet to see, as someone watching New Japan, I have yet to see Okada hit a Rainmaker.
That's quite something.
That's a good point. I mean,
I saw Ram Kai Chow hit a Rainmaker before I've seen Okada hit a Rainmaker. I saw Taichi hit a Rainmaker before Okada hit a Rainmaker.
Anna Jay hit a Rainmaker on AEW Dark.
Right. I'm coming into this with an expectation of how great they are, and they suck. It's so boring. Evil sucks. Whoever decided to put him at the top of the company, once that first match was bad, once even the second match was bad, you should have yanked the cord. He's bad. He sucks.
Well, he's not champion anymore. But then they went back to the match, I think, 2 more times. So
it took him so long to yank the cord. It's like clearly the experiment wasn't working. You need to rip the cord. It's over. He sucks. The crowd doesn't care for him. to go interfering with the wire and the chair shots and the dick shots and it's so bad, and it's like the worst kind of shenanigans. It's like I can't stand watching it. It's so boring. He sucks. He's slow. I watched the G1, and some of A Block was exciting. Tai Chi, I think, was the one that I kind of really fell in love with the entire time. Just
big breakout year for him, actually. Yeah.
Right. And then watching B Block, and I'm like, oh, it sucks. It's boring. And then I think it was Sonata. He was like one of the final, right?
Yeah.
He sucked. He was boring. He's boring. No personality. Zero.
I have called him a black hole of charisma before. Yes, I am not in total disagreement with this.
Watching this match, and I'm like, man, Ibushi's great, but Jesus, Sonata, you suck. You suck. You're so boring. No charisma. Your moves don't hit. They're just. I guess I came in with a certain level of expectations, and as a new fan, this is probably the worst time to get into New Japan because. Imagine if I'm having a hard time, I can't imagine anyone else in the same spot as me having any better of a time.
I could introduce you to some Inokiism. That'll really get you going.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, from what I've heard of that, that'll probably make me bounce off pretty quickly. I will say, watching, was it the Desperado, the finals of the Super Juniors, that was a good match. But that's the only time I've watched something from New Japan and be like, oh man, this is amazing. The else has been like, yeah, that was good. Tai Chi was fun. But most of it was been so boring, and I think also the in-ring style and presentation just isn't for me.
Mm-hmm.
In a weird way, it feels like it's.
You and my mom would be in agreement with that one.
It feels like I get it's like it feels like it's a big grand stage, but it feels so artificial. That's kind of how it feels to me. It feels so. It's like you're going to see a play, and it's like this big bombastic, shiny, like brass play, and it's like it's so shiny and in your face that it just doesn't interest me. It just feels so. I don't know how to put it. I just can't get into it, and then it doesn't help that the matches that I've watched, a lot of it's been so bad and boring, and it's just not something I don't think I can get into. Maybe when things pick back up better. I might be giving it more of a chance, but right now, I just can't deal with New Japan. It sucks.
So, it's funny we have two completely different opinions here, and I'm definitely more or less in the middle of this because I look at my, top matches of the year, and a lot of them come from New Japan. So, from an in-ring standpoint, they're still the best in the world performing at a high level. What isn't doing it for me is your main event, your IWGP title matches post-pandemic. I thought the two matches at the Dome were excellent. I thought the Naito finally beating Okada story was one of the best I've seen, and that's going to be up there as an all-timer for me, right? The Kenta feud was hot. I didn't love the whole beatdown post Wrestle Kingdom instead of the Celebration thing. Perhaps that played into a longer story through the summer, ending at Jingo with the fireworks. Maybe, maybe not. But then we get post-pandemic, and I wasn't in love with New Japan's Empty Arena stuff, but I didn't hate it either. I thought it worked fine for the presentation of the hard-hitting style, strong style, if you will, that New Japan brings. But that main event and the stories being told in 2020 really didn't hit for me, while I was getting that in basically all the other promotions I was watching. I was getting your stories in AEW, DDT, Dragon Gate, Stardom, Ice Ribbon. List goes on, right? What I got as a fan with New Japan was the incessant heel heat, Bullet Club, dick kicking angles with absurd ref bumps and incessant ref bumps, the same thing over and over again. And it really got to the point where I just said, I'm not watching Evil matches, where I just didn't even watch the last one with Naito, because I'd already been burned 3 times before. And all of B Block and G1 felt like that to me, along with kind of a lot of their undercard and midcard guys just getting tiresome with me. I'm not a big Yoshihashi guy. I'm over Goto at this point. He's 10 years past me getting interested. He's Jungle Kioned, right? I constantly make the comparison between the two because they really are with me. Yes, they're great wrestlers in the ropes. I love watching their style, but I can never buy anything they're doing in long term. So that investment level just really got lost on me in 2020. Did Naito Tanahashi have one of my favorite matches of the year in the G1? Yes. But was Naito's title run mean anything to me once he won it? No, I can't say that it did. And in fact, I didn't even want to watch his matches because he was stuck with Evil. And I just found him boring. I'm tired of Sonata doing the same shtick inside the ropes over and over again, and then botching things in the G1 final. Did I think it was a bad match? No, but I have higher expectations for it. And after watching the All Japan Champion Carnival final, the N1 final, DDT's King of DDT final with Endo, and if all these other promotions I'm watching can pull this off, why can't New Japan? And they just really disappointed me. That was the biggest negative on the year for a promotion that is, I thought, the best in the world, and it just didn't hit that high with me this year. But again, I must preface, it still managed to have the best mid-card to upper mid-card between the ropes matches, bar none between, I could probably list 25, 40, 50 matches that New Japan probably overcomes all the other promotions out there. But when I look at their main events, they're not doing it. And to me, with the stories, and if your main events aren't doing it, then what my fandom just hasn't been fulfilled. Is that making sense, Parker?
Yeah, and I definitely started to feel that way after Power Struggle this year, which did main event once again with Naito versus Evil, where I just had no excitement at all going into that show. I watched the show, I left with no excitement at all because I knew Evil wasn't winning back the title. I had seen Shingo versus Suzuki before, even though it was very good. I had seen all of these matches in some form already that they had on that show. The Jay White Ibushi briefcase thing was like more heat, right? Jay White won and he got more heat. And so I was like, okay.
Right, and then they just turn around saying, well, I'll give them the match anyways. Well, then why did you
So I'm completely with you. It's just that Japan, to me, had the best year of any promotion in world history in 2019, last year.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Including Ospreay having, in my opinion, the best in-ring year of any wrestler in history. And that goes for the All Japan Classics, both men and women that I've watched. That it's just even a precipitous fall from that, they have to fall even further to still lose the stuff A Block to me in the G1 was putting on multiple 4-star matches every time out there. With unique stuff like Ibushi and Suzuki, which was completely unique, and Ibushi and Taichi, which was completely unique, and Shingo and Okada, which was the one real big time Okada match we got post-pandemic. And so I completely get the complaints that I've seen a lot of people have. I just think that, if all you're watching, a lot of people are saying Noah is the promotion of the year, right? That's a pretty common sentiment you guys have seen online, probably.
Yes, and I would say they're absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's because probably what most of these people, they're not the people who, like us, try to watch as much as possible. They've seen is matches involving Shiozaki, Sugiura, Kiyomiya, Nakajima, and Kino, and that's it for Noah for the year. And they're like, well, yeah, it's the promotion of the year. and then for me, I'm like, okay, well, if you only watched matches involving Ospreay, Shingo, Ishii, Ibushi, and Tanahashi, then you're probably like, wow, New Japan is the promotion of the year.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I think the collective effort, even if I completely agree with that, those main events have been a complete waste of time, and I'm happy that they've seemed to cool off on Evil in the short time since his run. that I still think that there was enough good in there that even the sour taste of some of the heat and the booking wasn't enough to cloud the vision of, and that's why I do the formulaic rankings, right? Because I'm putting in these star rankings and I'm trying to think, maybe I had more fun watching Dragon Gate the last, 4 months of the year. But even with that, I don't think they ever, to me, they didn't put on any matches as good as Hiromu and Desperado, although the disbandment match came close. So, yeah, that's kind of my overall thoughts.
God, if only you had that history with Dragon Gate and you could look at 21 years.
It's a down year to the point where New Japan was so far beyond any other promotion in the world for me that the fact that this is even a conversation shows how much of a down year it was for New Japan.
With Wrestle Kingdom right on the heels, and my excitement for it it's at a low that I just can't even remember the last time I felt that way about Wrestle Kingdom. Maybe even never since the beginning of it. With Ibushi, Naito, and then with New Japan's booking in 2020, I'm not even confident with certainties anymore. Maybe that's a good thing, but I also have my reservations about it with Night 2 doing these 2 domes, and now the government's holding back ticket sales for them. What is your overall excitement and maybe even worrying feelings over Wrestle Kingdom for 2021 as we head into the new year? And it's going to set the stage for the rest of the year for New Japan.
Yeah, I would say I'm plenty excited. I'm obviously not the level of, when you knew you were getting the Hiromu return match against Will Ospreay and you knew you were going to get Ibushi and Okada, and we were, 90% sure that Naito was going to walk out of the dome with both titles and all that. Like, you can't match that excitement this year. With that being said, I am very excited because I've come to expect greatness from New Japan, and I think every single angle and program that they have going on makes sense to me. I don't think there's anything just sort of thrown together at all. It's all pretty natural to me. I'm extremely excited for Okada and Ospreay, especially considering that it was recently reported that the original plan was actually to main event Night 1 with Okada and Ospreay.
Oh,
that's how good they think that match is going to be. That's been confirmed by the Observer and everything.
Well, as long as B. Priestley doesn't kick Okada in the dick, I think I'm okay with that idea.
And I don't know if you guys saw that interview, but Okada essentially, this is one of those half shoot, half storyline interviews that New Japan puts out, where it's Okada was I hate all the interference in these matches, and there won't be any of that against Ospreay. And so, I mean,
really gets me thinking B. Priestley's going to kick him in the dick.
So he's really going to kick him in the dick. But I mean, I think every single match on the card will be good. I can't. Sonata and Evil will be tough because Sonata is one of those guys that I don't think he's boring, but I understand people who say he's boring if you have not followed his entire career. I think Sonata's fantastic, but I do understand that if he's not in there, somebody who's going to get the type of heat, not just heat in the sense of, we're beating you up and choking you, but heat in the sense of we're bringing excitement to the match, that it can be a real struggle. I thought his match with Jay White from the early in the year was pretty bad. So if it's anything like that, that might not be good. But aside from that, I'm pretty excited for everything that Wrestle Kingdom has to go on. A little nervous about the possibility of a late cancellation, actually, because of how Tokyo's cases have spiked. But
that has crossed my mind as well.
But in terms of the booking, completely fine with it. And I think Ibushi is going to walk out with both titles. I'd be mildly disappointed if that doesn't happen because I think it's time for him. But everything. Oh, then I guess Okan and Tanahashi is the other one that's kind of questionable because while I know that Okan is a good wrestler because I watched him as a young lion, he hasn't been built that way. That's not his gimmick, is to be a good wrestler. And again, to me, that's what I care about in wrestling. And so we shall see. But he's in there with Tanahashi, and I think Meltzer said it correctly, where if he can't have a good match with Tanahashi, then he might not be able to have a good match with anybody with this gimmick. So we'll certainly see. But again, I can't wait for the show. I've been excited about this show, about as excited as I have been for any show in recent memory. So it should be great.
All right, I think that does it for us on this podcast. We went a little over what I had envisioned, but that's okay. Once again, Parker, why don't you do a lot of your plugs and who you are and where anybody can find you?
I write for both Observer /F4W online.com. I do the Dynamite reports, AEW Dynamite every single week, and occasional New Japan coverage as well. And I also write for FightGameMedia.com, where I have a weekly column there. And then I also will most likely be guesting on a regular podcast there at some point. So a sneak preview there. But yeah, at Parker J. Klyn on Twitter, if you're interested in following me. I have good wrestling takes, and I only tweet about wrestling on this account. So look forward to that. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I appreciate you having me on. Yeah,
thanks for taking a lot of time out of your Monday night to record our year-end thoughts with us over a lot of these promotions that at least most of them, I hope to get more coverage out there, especially in the West. Kay, you have anything to say to Mr. Parker?
Yeah, it was great talking to you, man. I really appreciate how much you cover Joshi as a very big Joshi mark myself. I like seeing somebody from the Observer or just somebody from any big publication just covering Joshi, especially the smaller ones like Ice Ribbon and stuff like that, and seaDlinnng, getting the word out there. To me, that's always a big thing. I wish more people would watch some of these companies because I think they're great and some of the best wrestling I've watched. So the fact that you do that, I think, is great, and I appreciate that you do that stuff.
Great, thank you.
Yes, you're doing great work there. I'm so happy got to have you on such short notice and to be on such a special episode to finish out 2020. Hope to have you back. Time to finally get to the retro section of this, hopefully not long podcast. Who we kidding, Kay? It always goes like 4 hours.
Always 4 hours. I think that's at least our minimum.
Well, maybe we can get through Nitro much faster this time. How does that sound?
I always say that, but that's never the case.
Yeah, I mean, we could just bust through like a single thought. Anyways, we're here to talk All Japan Women's Classics from this award-winning retro wrestling podcast here.
Much award-winning.
Yes, very much award-winning. Episode 35, Lioness Asuka's retirement show from August 24th, 1989. Today's the day. We're finally here.
That we are. Very interesting show put together as a whole anyways. You get a little bit of the future, a little bit of the past, you know.
Yeah, we have, I do have this date in front. That's too much to get to. I believe now the All Pacific Championship is vacated. I don't know if they've done the match with Bull Nakano and Nishiwaka yet. Nishikawa? One of those two. Nishiwaki. There we go. Third try. I'm so glad I corrected you, Kay. I don't know why you're so wrong all the time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, they had that match in July, so Nagayo vacated that title. Asuka's vacated the red belt now.
Saying that there's no champions.
the tag titles, I guess, are on a duo at this point. All Japan Women's in flux, to say the least.
Very much so. I think at this point, Aja Kong is the AJW champion, which is like the rookie junior belt sort of deal.
Yeah, they're gonna go through a phase here of like a temporary, like trying people out at the top, and then when 1990 hits, that's just when they go full Dragon Gate 2020 on their ass and just go, hey, all the rookies, you're going over now.
Aja Kong, go kill people.
Rei, 'Rai, ', 'Bunamata 'Rai, 'Rai, 'Bunamata 'Rai, 'Rai, 'Bunamata 'Rai, 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 'Rai,
This is a very interesting choice, especially at this point, because I don't think FMW even got fully off the ground yet. They were existing, but I don't think they even really got going yet.
No, but when they do, Reibu Namada, one of my favorite wrestlers to come out of this classic watch. I'll get to another one later. Actually, I'll bring it up now. So, as you know, I went on that Tateno tear. I've gone on another tear. I've got a list of matches here I'm going to watch from Mimi Hagiwara.
Very interesting poll, too, by the way. Very interesting.
Yeah, so what happened was I was just reading over... I started the Daily Motion account officially for the Patreon that we're starting to get people kind of more involved and, make an archive of these important and lost matches and wrestlers and whatnot. And I was looking over my old notes to see kind of what matches I put a highly recommend next to just kind of throw up on the Daily Motion site. And Mimi Hagiwara retired basically when this Classics watch started in 1984. And we've watched a few matches prior to that, and some of them are really good. Little did I know, I went down the rabbit hole of education. Very fun to do. I hear your Big Egg Joshi podcast does that a lot.
Yes, haven't covered her before, but I've covered a lot of other legends as well as promotions.
So I'm really interested in this All Pacific title. The one that Stardom's white belt is clearly based off of.
And the red belt is clearly based off the 3WA belt.
Yeah, well, you mean 3AW.
Oh yeah, Chigusa Nagayo's belt, the one that's not red.
So Mimi Hagiwara, when I read the notes of against her and Monster Ripper, and she came out with like this super queen entrance. She was literally carried out on a throne and everything. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that match. And in my notes, it was like very disappointed. I'm not going to be able to watch more for her. So I just threw into YouTube here this afternoon, and I watched one match. This woman, she was a woman. We talk about like wrestling promotions wanting to get a guy that will draw money, right? Are you gonna be a guy? That's a phrase people in this industry use. And Mimi Hagiwara, she was a woman, right? She was hot. She was marketable. She was a good wrestler. She wasn't good enough to be Jaguar Yokota of the time.
No, definitely not.
But she was like clearly number 2 for a good long time. And she held this All Pacific title for like 18 months. She went through the whole retirement vacated route because, the 25-year-old stupid rule. And
very stupid 25-year-old rule.
And on her way out in that last year with the All Pacific title, she technically didn't lose, but she put over hard Chigusa Nagayo. She had a good rivalry with Devil Masami. She had an incredible feud that I was reading about. I can't wait to watch the matches with Judy Martin. That name ring a bell for you, Kay? I think it should.
I think I might have heard of her a little bit, going through some research.
Yeah, so that's who apparently Judy Martin had a big long-term feud with in the early 80s. So it's definitely going to be a really, really fun rabbit hole to dive further into. So, and we'll be covering some of these lost matches that I found soon enough once I watch them and throw them up on the Daily Motion account, Red Leaf Retrocast. And then, of course, sign up to the Patreon for more 2000s plus Joshi stuff that's lost to time. So let's get through this. Let's get through that. I just wanted to get that out there. Let's get through the show here. Tag League Best 89 starts. Bison Kimura and Grizzly Iwamoto versus the Honey Wings. Aha! When Kaoru Maeda is in here.
Ah, yeah, Kaoru.
Made the news recently.
Yeah, she's about to retire. She announced, I think, as of this episode, a couple days ago, she was going to retire in 2021. I think I don't think she specified it was because of injuries and stuff, but she did have 2 really nasty, I believe they were Achilles tears. I gotta go back and look, but she did get injured pretty badly and was out for a while. She's like in her 50s, so at this point, her getting those kind of leg injuries and knee injuries and stuff like that is probably not a good deal for her.
Right.
Her announcing her retirement next year wasn't shocking, but I don't think she's ever retired officially before now. I could easily be wrong on that, but I know she's sort of followed Chigusa everywhere she's gone. So she's sort of been one of Chigusa's friends and right-hand men. So for her to retire now, I wonder how much that training, because she's been credited for training a lot of the rookies, not
Right.
Chigusa. Chigusa has a hand, but Kaoru's sort of doing a lot of the dirty work training. And with her about to retire, and who knows how much she's able to even do now, and Takumi Iroha, who also does a lot of the rookie training, also being out. The very curious situation over there in Marvelous.
Yeah, indeed. Anyways, Honey Wings, Mika Takahashi is also on that team. I remember an episode or two ago, we were wondering who like the Rambo tag team was that was in the kind of vacated tag title match there a couple episodes ago. It was probably Bison Kimura and Grizzly Iwamoto in hindsight.
Oh yeah, I love Bison Kimura. I feel like she's one of the ones that I went down a rabbit hole a while back with. And I was like, man, she was so good, but she was just never, ever given a chance. And it sort of sucks, I think, because she looked a lot like Aja Kong and Bull Nakano, and so you don't want too many of those sorts of people up at the top.
Doesn't she have a crazy feud with Aja Kong at the very least?
She does. Her and Aja Kong have a crazy feud and a tag team together.
Is that
I believe
at
the tag team came before
end
the
of
feud.
1990 that happens, or 91?
I don't remember off the top of my
I guess
head.
we'll find
they
out.
were a team. They were a team called Jungle Jack together.
Yes,
So
that's the team.
Yes, and I do believe the feud comes after that.
Okay. Bison long hair with blonde highlights. Grizzly has a short perm with blonde highlights as well. Kaoru Mika just Speedo style and get pummeled here. Kendo stick comes into play for some whacks, including the ref. Post-match terrorizing the fans in the front rows. Not much else to say, I say.
Hey, good effective heel work by Grizzly and Bison. Your baby faces and the Honey Wings looking like a bit sympathetic, and it's unfortunate that Kaoru would never really get a big push in AJW. Her stuff wouldn't come until after, I believe.
Yeah, she should have left with Raven to FMW.
No, she shouldn't have. You mean the promotion that's only known for having Megumi Kudo and is it Combat Toyota, and that's it?
Well, I mean, now people are going to know them by Rainbow Namada as well. So get your shit facts straight, Kay. Come on. Get on the Rainbow train.
My shit facts straight.
Miori Kamiya and Yumiko Hota. I guess we'll be seeing a lot of Hota going forward, unfortunately. Versus Yumi Ogura and Hiromi Hasegawa. Here we go. I've really come around on Yumi Ogura.
Ogura's good. Ogura's good.
Yeah, very underappreciated mid-carder. I really gravitate towards these people that never reach the top, but you totally could have if this red belt situation wasn't booked like a boxing title, where you get the idea. Hota all kicks, actually backdrop pins Ogura, so Hota got the win and the slight push. Things to come as kind of. Hota's a weird case because Nishiwaki, her partner, actually got the big push here in 89 heading into 90, while Hota had her chance kind of the year prior. So it seems like they kind of tried two different things back-to-back years there with the Fire Jets.
Right, and the weird thing with Hota, like you said, is she doesn't really start getting pushed harder into the main event spot, sort of same spots as the Kongs and stuff like that, until like way towards like the dying days of AJW, funny enough. But she doesn't start getting those main event spots as frequently until around 97, 96, 97, around those time frames.
I thought it was 95.
It could be it could have started at 95. I just know she's not really prominent at the top of the card, like a fixture at the top. I think it's probably more accurate way. Like
maybe
she's
salty from that delayed push and takes it out on people to this day.
You know, you're probably not wrong. That's probably what Ozaki does too. The fact that she was never pushed in a big promotion like AJW.
Excuse you. AJW title, Reibu Namada, the champion, taking on Aja Kong, some nobody that'll probably never amount to anything. I think the story heading into this match was Kong stole the AJW title, and they go 50-50 until Kong calls for the trash can. Oh, it's come, Kay. The moment that we've been waiting for. It gets hilarious from this point. Kong gets DQ'd very fast and just goes full El Kabong on everybody with this trash can. They go all over Korakuen just bonk, bonk, bonk. She's hitting Rayboon's selling. She's going through the crowd. They're going up the stairs. More bonking. It is fantastic. I love this match. This was super fun. It ended in DQ, and I don't care. Rayboon Amada needs to come back and FMW shoot on her.
it's great. You can tell this is Aja Kong's sort of first time really doing something like this, because if you look at her now when she hits a trash can, she blasts people with it. Back then, she's like lightly bonking people. It's hilarious.
It's very funny. I love it. She's like, I don't want to hurt them.
I don't want to kill you, so I'm just gonna like lightly hit you with it.
And I just love how she hits somebody like once or twice with it. She'll chuck it at them and then calls for another one. They toss it like a Stone Cold beer can in the ring. So you heard her here first. Stone Cold clearly watched 89-90 Aja Kong. That's where he got his inspiration for the beer can tossing with Aja Kong's trash can. Had to have been.
She went through like 4 of them, right?
At least 4 of them. It was great. So big Rayboon Amada fan I am, and I think this was a match to get Aja Kong over. Bold statement, maybe.
Bold statement. I don't think that Aja Kong's got a bright future. Don't know about you.
Another tag league, the best, from 1989 here on this Classics episode. Akira Hokuto and Etsuko Mita taking on one Mima Shimoda and Suzuka Minami. Quite a name lineup here. Speaking of which, part of my old notes I was reading, I watched a Nakajima Mima Shimoda match when I was less than familiar with Mima Shimoda, and I pretty much still am. And my notes read, long match, very slow, awful.
What year was that match? Because
summer of 2019.
Oh god, yeah, because Shimoda's just... I don't think she's wrestling anymore. It's like, I really hope she's not wrestling anymore, because she's really not good anymore. She's one of those old wrestlers that can't even do half their offense anymore. She's like Hota. She can't even do half of her offense.
Hota can still kick and bury people.
I mean, she could just bury people. The kicking is up to debate.
All right, fair enough. Hokuto's still in fancy red Speedo with characters over the suit, so she's a little bit more fancy than Mita here, but fancy beachwear nonetheless. Mita's a black Speedo. On the other side is Mima Shimoda in a nice pink style. That would be kind of a trademark of hers for her career, as I've read and seen. And Suzuka Minami, black and white, pulled off an awesome tilt-a-whirl backbreaker in this match, which really stood out to me.
Yeah, Suzuka Minami is also another weird case where it's like, man, she had some of these flashes of potential, but just never really got anywhere.
Let's see here. Hokuto still looking very rough on her offense, particularly suplexes, so she hasn't broken out of this 89 slump that we're seeing. Match brawls to the outside, and it goes to a double count-out. It's kind of a bummer finish.
Yeah, so the weird thing with Hokuto is, I don't know when she starts getting better, because just in a couple years after this, she becomes like one of the best wrestlers on the planet, and it's just so weird that she's this rough and this bad so early into this sort of like push up to the top.
It's very fascinating as we go through this. And that takes us to our main event. Asuka's retirement match against my girl, Norio Tateno. This was a fun match. Tateno did not hold back. Fucking Asuka had a cheer squad with pom-poms. Everything hard cam side. Tateno wears an American flag Speedo of all things and immediately goes for that just nonsense crazy crossbody where she fucking crashes and burns over the top rope and just lands splat on the floor on the outside. I've seen this happen in like 4 straight matches from Tateno in singles competition. What the hell is she doing?
I think I might know where Manami Toyota got that inspiration from. I'm gonna crash and burn sort of style.
Manami Toyota saw this as like an 18-year-old, and she goes, I am inspired by the jumping bomb angel Norio Tateno. This crash and burn style I will implement into everything I do.
Boy, does she. When we start watching her stuff, we'll start talking about how, man, she could have just fell back on the mat and messed that up and been fine and safe. No. It's just like, screw it. Dive head first. Screw my health. Who needs this?
Screw her health, yeah. And it doesn't end there. You know, they go through their little retirement spiel, as usual. Just, that was my big little highlight. And then it happens. Jaguar
happened.
Yokota was on commentary.
She
And-
normally was for all these big shows, by the way. She was always on commentary.
Yeah. But this one in particular was interesting because she gets called out to be part of Asuka's true retirement exhibition match, her last one. And she hesitates. Clearly this was all planned. She goes to the back, changes her clothes. Nice little touch there, even though it probably would take forever for for the audience and live to tape. But she comes back. They ring the bell, and Jaguar Yokota fucking lights it up. Hasn't missed a beat. She hits her big radio silence, leg lariat deal. She does her senton suplexes. It's fucking awesome. The crowd goes absolutely nuts. This was just great to see.
Right, and it's weird. It's kind of funny that this isn't counted as an official match for either of them. It's not counted. It's counted as an exhibition.
Right.
And it's funny because how many years has Yokota been away now? Well, 5 years minimum. Things like that.
I believe it's 4 years actually.
All right, and I think at this point we all know that she's back there training a lot of the wrestlers. So she's obviously not out of shape. Being in ring shape is a different story, and the fact that she's almost from the jump is just like nothing changed. She's still Jaguar Yokota. She's still one of the best wrestlers to ever lace up her boots, and it's just nuts. And then you really understand why it is she decides, screw it, I'm coming back. A couple years after this, I believe. It's her not being allowed to wrestle at this point is a crime for back then. I think they could have definitely used her on the roster, especially given this
used a lot of people on the roster at this time.
Right, especially given this transition. If you're going to let Chigusa and Lioness Asuka go, you could have at least brought her back. And I think they kind of do because of something like that. I do believe she wrestles a few more wrestling matches in AJW before leaving. But it's crazy that they didn't let her come back and that they were so stubborn on it. I think she had to fight them for that.
Oh, yeah. You could tell this was kind of it flipped the switch in Yokota to really get her back into the ring full time. And realizing this rule is really stupid. And I mean, there is a silver lining to this because if this rule didn't exist, the ironic part is once they got rid of it, they never really truly made another star because they weren't forced to.
No, they did not. They didn't. And if had they not gotten rid of it, the scene would probably be worse off. You can make an argument when AJW went under, they would have been way worse off because there would have been no other promotions existing. Thus, those other promotions couldn't carry around and make more promotions as they folded.
Yeah, you can definitely see the give and take there. If they would have kept all these stars, then who knows if Asuka and Nagayo and Masami and Yokota would have ever lost.
Right. I mean, just think about that.
Yeah, how long would they have truly been on top? Would Manami Toyota and Bull Nakanos of the world ever? I mean, I could see Dump Matsumoto retiring. Just because
I don't think she was ever going to wrestle that long. Yeah, I don't think she was ever going to wrestle. I mean, technically, she still kind of does wrestle here and there. Yeah. Barely. Yokota still wrestles full time, by the way. It's nuts. 60 years old.
So, yep, very interesting times we're in. You definitely mark this date down in history. And then I must note on my little Tateno journey and the All Pacific title, because this is a very important time for All Japan Wrestling and getting into the 90s. The November title match of Tateno defeating Bull Nakano for the All Pacific title appears to be totally lost to time. Never made tape. I couldn't confirm it, but it's from my research. It actually never made tape, this title change.
This is a shame. It sucks that so much of this stuff is lost to time. I mean, just go search for certain, if you look for specific matches, it's always a good chance, especially from the 90s and the 2000s, that you're just not going to find it. It didn't exist. And it exists on paper, but you'll never find the footage.
Yeah,
Stuff
there's
like
a YouTube channel of some old All Japan Women TV that you can watch that's kind of neat. I kind of want to, just in my free time, go through those. Maybe if something stands out to me, I'll find a hidden gem that we can cover on the podcast. But I did manage to get a hold of the Tateno Nagayo All Pacific title match that we'll definitely cover. I think that's one of the best matches of that year, which is baffling why it wasn't on the classics. But
You'll find a lot of those.
It's always the All Pacific title specifically.
Yeah, so the classics are never like they say the classics, but they do leave a lot of stuff off. I wouldn't be surprised if when we go later on, they leave certain big title matches off that should probably be on there.
Yeah, so we got to pay close attention to these title matches specifically. I know on Cage Match they don't really have what they are, but we definitely know when they change at the very least. So if the classics don't cover it, we can at least try to find it ourselves and throw it in here on the podcast. But all right, so yeah, that was All Japan Women episode 35 Classics. Let's get on to the fucking Super J Cup from 1994. Oh, what a fun goddamn show! I finally watched the whole thing. Here we go. So I watched this over the Christmas break. 1994 Super J Cup. I've never seen this in my life. It's a thing of legend. It's a crime. I've gone my entire adult life without watching this thing, and the day finally happened. I got to watch it for the podcast in context of the 90s of New Japan. I'm so proud of myself, Kay. I hope all the listeners are proud of me for finally watching an important show known as possibly the best wrestling night of all time.
I too watched this and had a guide with me. Had somebody, since we had the holidays and stuff, we couldn't coordinate and watch it together and stuff. So there was a guy named Omega in the Discord that helped me with some of this. He sort of helped tell me who certain people are, because I didn't know Eddie Guerrero was in this. Sure didn't look like Eddie Guerrero to me.
Oh yeah, he's Black Tiger.
He's jacked. He's
jacked
not Eddie
Black
Guerrero.
Tiger. Oh yeah. Yeah, he doesn't look like Eddie Guerrero at all in 1994.
No.
Never mind the mask.
No, he's like, his arms are huge. I'm like, I see him in WCW just a few years after this. Said, you don't look anything like this.
No, he slims down a lot. Maybe because he was doing more lucha libre in the cruiserweight division, possibly.
Could be, but I'm definitely glad Omega was there to tell me, because I had no idea that was Eddie Guerrero. And then when I found that out, when he told me that, context for some of the stuff that was happening made more sense.
Yes. So let's get into this sucker. Gedo defeats Dean Malenko, match 1, 8 minutes. Fucking Gedo.
Oh my god,
Dean
what
Malenko.
are you wearing, Gedo?
God damn. Gedo representing Michinoku Pro, I believe.
Oh, I thought he was part of New Japan.
No, he was not. He
okay.
was yeah. So what this tournament was, if my facts are straight, is Jushin Thunder Liger is running out of opponents, right? He's kind of gone through everybody in New Japan. So he came up with the Super J Cup, an idea to bring the best juniors from all over the world into this one-night tournament in the hope that he will get these motherfuckers over to the point where he will have a rival. Because if you want to stay on top, you got to have great competition. What a novel idea.
Really, Jushin Thunder Liger, beyond his years in terms of this.
My god, and...
Yeah, what's good to number 1 if there's no number 2?
Yeah, and I feel like secretly it was just, hey, I'll bring all these guys in New Japan. If you like any of these, sign these motherfuckers.
And if you don't worry about it. You're going to have a good night of wrestling.
And I mention that because there's one guy in particular that actually has a very, very negative history coming out of this. So yes, Gedo defeats Dean Malenko. Super Delphin defeats Shinjiro Otani. A fucking Shinjiro Otani. But Super Delphin, what did you think of this man on this night?
Super Delphin. More like Super Dolphin. That's what I kept calling him. What is he wearing? Great, by the way. Very good in ring. I was very shocked. And when you look at this guy and how goofy he looks, I don't think good wrestler. I thought comedy wrestler. And boy, is he good.
He is great. And fun fact about Super Delphin, I believe this is a fact. Dragon Gate just announced that they're going to start a joint like rookie promotion thing in conjunction with in Okinawa wrestling promotion, and I believe it's run by Super Delphin. So we could realistically be looking at Ultimo Dragon and Super Delphin in Draggate in 2021.
Real mega powers combined.
That's right. I fucking hope they get a Twin Gate title match and beat those douchebags that hold it.
That'd be great, actually.
If I don't see Super Delphin dick punch fucking BB Hulk, it'll be a bad year for Dragon Gate in 2021.
Oh boy, I can't wait till we start getting to that point of this tournament.
Black Tiger defeats Taka Michinoku. Yeah, it was fine. Ironically, they would both end up in WWE at one point. So
very, very funny.
Yeah. And in the Monday Night Wars, Guerrero and WCW, Taka ends up going to WWF. So they're they got some notice because of this, I'm sure, because later on El Samurai defeats Masayoshi Motegi. Not too familiar with Motegi here. He didn't really stand out to me.
I know who El Samurai is, though. I've seen him wrestle Joshi.
I have seen El Samurai. El Samurai is a fucking beast.
Dude, he is... First off, how are you wearing the full body suit that he wears and still able to wrestle at the pace that he wrestles and not be, dying of heat stroke?
That's a good question for all these guys. Except Gedo. His outfit is shitty. Shitty.
Gato's wearing pajamas and a half crop top. He didn't want to go full crop top and get questions, so he went halfway.
Ricky Fuji defeats Negro Casas. This 1980s metal motherfucker.
Looks straight out of a White Snake music video.
Oh my god. 5 minutes 53. A lot of these were 5 to 8 minutes. It's fine.
Guy belongs on Def Leppard. That's where he belongs.
Yeah, the thing about one night tournaments is the first round is always just kind of an establishment round for the most part. There's maybe one match that goes 10 or 12 minutes that stands out, and it was this one. Liger defeats Hayabusa 10-23. This was easily the best match of the first round. I fucking loved it. Hayabusa is a goddamn madman. Him and Liger just lit it up, and I was throwing screenshots when I was watching this match on Twitter at BullyingJD. And yes, very ambitious moves made in 1994. Imagine if he would have hit the reverse scoop rana that he was trying, or these wheel kicks, all these just high-end lucha libre moves that you see guys hit perfectly today, but in the context of 94, when guys are just trying shit, especially Hayabusa, this was madness what they were doing.
Oh, I have no doubt that this match right here probably bore innovation for other wrestlers to come.
Oh, Hayabusa is definitely on that list. That's why I bring it up.
We're doing so much, like you said, Hayabusa was doing so much weird stuff. There's we know what he's going for, but it almost felt like even Liger didn't know what he was going for, because at the time nobody did that stuff. But we see this stuff oh hey, he attempted this move, he attempted that move that we see more commonly now. It was very, very crazy, very innovative too.
Yeah, and I believe Hayabusa turned down a New Japan contract because Liger really wanted him in there, and that actually triggered a horrible relationship because Liger felt betrayed by Hayabusa, and they would not speak for 15 years. I believe they didn't speak until Hayabusa's death, actually. So
wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a very sad story how just a grudge was made and they never really reconciled. Very sad. But Hayabusa would go on to a lot of other promotions outside of New Japan and really make an innovative name for himself. To coin a phrase. Gedo wins again, and he defeats Super Delphin. God damn it, this match. I laughed so hard.
So I think when I was watching this with Omega, we saw the dick punch. Super Delphin dick punches Gedo, and we hit the pause because we busted out laughing so hard, because all I had to say when he did is oh hey, this is where he got the idea for his booking 30 years later, and we couldn't stop laughing. We couldn't
I fucking saw it too. I watched this after you. I didn't even see all the discourse going on, and I just went, did he just headbutt Gedo in the dick and then laugh about it? I rewound, and he dick punches the dude, and when he gets up, the crowd goes, "Aw," and Delphin goes, "Ha ha!" with a big shitty grin on his face. The crowd then boos him mercilessly. It's so funny. It was like, on this day, Gedo was inspired for his booking.
On this day, Gedo was traumatized and inspired by the dick punch.
He's like, this is how I'm gonna wrestle all my matches going forward, and how I'm gonna book New Japan when I get it. It was written in stone on this day. Oh, it was great.
This is the genesis of the dick punch booking by Gedo.
Super Delphin is now our favorite wrestler.
Blame Super Delphin for evil.
Man, oh man. So yeah, like the whole match was Delphin like beating the shit out of Gedo, and then Gedo rolls him up. Whatever.
The match itself was not even as good as that one moment.
Yeah. Well, from this point forward, it's like every match is match of the night, and they just keep one-upping each other.
Except for Gedo.
The exception being the Ricky Fuji match.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Like so here we go. Even the Gedo match wasn't like, it wasn't bad. Like, it was actually pretty good.
Bad, but it wasn't match of the night quality, that's for sure.
So Wild Pegasus defeats Black Tiger. That's Chris Benoit defeating Eddie Guerrero in a 10-minute match. You can tell these dudes just were best friends even back then. They knew each other. It's been rated a 4.5-star match in '94. That's just how solid it was worked.
It was really, really good. You could definitely tell that these two had probably been working together. If they hadn't wrestled before this, they definitely were working wrestling matches together, like just practices, because they countered each other so perfectly. It was like the perfect chemistry. And again, had I not known that was Eddie Guerrero, I'd have been surprised by it. But knowing it's Eddie Guerrero, I'm like, oh yeah, of course they did a good job. Those two are like the best friends.
This is followed by the Great Sasuke defeating El Samurai. It wasn't rated or anything, but I really liked this match just because of the dynamic between the two. I mean, obviously these two go on to have a fantastic junior career. 1140. Great Sasuke is a madman as well. He was very adamant about jumping off the top rope to the outside to the floor.
Every match. He did it in every one of his matches.
Yeah, and it wasn't just, you know, the horizontal dive to the floor. It was like fucking drop kicks and shit, diagonal over the turnbuckle to the floor onto cement. He did it like 3 fucking times on this night. Like, no way this dude was walking straight for months after doing all this.
I also believe, I can't remember if this was him or another person that did the whole run the top, but jump over the top rope, like run to the second rope and jump over the top rope off the turnbuckle area.
I believe it was Great Sasuke, yeah.
Yeah, he runs to the turnbuckle, and usually think that, you know, they run up to the top rope and jump off the top rope. No. What's the top rope? Just go to the middle rope and jump over the top rope, the turnbuckle, and onto the outside. I was just like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Yeah, nonsense match, and that would be the kick for Great Sasuke. So what happened was, because Sasuke and Pegasus were already kind of known to New Japan fans, they made that whole first round kind of for the unknowns of the promotion, and whoever got to the next round would then, you know, they would be established already. So a very well put together card here. Liger defeats Ricky Fuji, probably the, in my opinion, the least exciting match of kind of the semifinals here, or the quarterfinals.
Oh man, like any good rock star, he blew his load in the first round.
I like that. Good. I'll just leave it at that then. Chris Benoit defeats Gedo, just pummels the piss out of him. It was awesome.
It was hilarious. Like, just listen, Gedo. Like, you have to see Gedo and see what he's doing to believe, because it is the most comical stuff. His shirt is like halfway hanging off. It's just like a mess. His ponytail is all over the place, coming undone. Gato's a mess.
Gato's a mess, yeah. Great Sasuke defeats Jushin Thunder Liger, a match that went 4 3/4 stars in the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Deserves every single star of it. At this point, my mom's watching with me, and she's dialed in. Like, she liked the Pegasus Black Liger match. She liked Sasuke Samurai. She thought Liger Ricky Fuji was okay. She liked seeing Geto get the piss out of her, but this Sasuke Liger match, she was all in for. I was all in for it. This is when Sasuke does another just stupid as shit dive to the outside to the concrete. Lands at least flat. So we'll get to one of his like dumbest looking dives here. But this was the big moment where Liger put someone over to really establish him as a top level star, despite what was going to happen in the finals. So there you go. Our finals are made. It is Pegasus versus Sasuke. What did you think of Sasuke Liger, Kay?
I think this was the one match where I was so dialed in, kind of like your mom was. I was so dialed in. I was like, this is fantastic. And I don't think at this point I had been spoiled on who goes over. So I was like, yeah, surely Liger's winning this, right? Surely.
Right. If you don't look it up, you just assume. Right.
But it was so good that at the end, I was like, that was good. That's perfect decision. I agree with this. Next round, please.
Next round.
More of this.
And in the finals, we got Pegasus Sasuke, Chris Benoit, great Sasuke here. Fucking 5-star match. I don't care who you ask, or it holds up to this day. This just had the feeling. You know when you watch a match and at the end of it, you just go, yeah, 5 stars. Yeah, 4 3/4 minimum. Who are you to argue? This was awesome. Great Sasuke does a fucking missile drop kick over the top rope diagonal to the concrete in the floor, lands hip first. Fucking couldn't walk after that. And Benoit just chops the living shit out of Sasuke. They go 1-to-1. Great pace. Great transitions. It's just, as the match continues and minute by minute, the aura just increases. The crowd increases with it. I felt it throughout 1846. Just think about that. Sasuke went 2 straight matches, 18 minutes, back to back, pulling that off. This was a night Great Sasuke was made, even without winning. This was a night Delphin came out, became a little bit of a bigger star. Pegasus is now a fucking superstar in New Japan, even though he beat Liger previously. Before all this, he's now a made man himself. You can see why he... yeah, I mean, he's representing Canada. Guerrero's basically representing Lucha Libre, to say the least. Everybody else is representing kind of a different company, different region. What a fantastic fucking finals this was. One of my favorite matches in New Japan history right here.
I think so. I don't think it's been much of a small circuit. Throughout most of these New Japan watches, I've found it really hard to really get into it, right? A lot of the matches are really slow. A lot of the cool stuff like happens and then it gets back to being slowed down. This was probably the most fun I've had watching Retro New Japan since I've started watching with you. I was so into every one of these matches. Even the bad matches, the Ricky Fuji one, I was still like, this match isn't bad. I like this match. It's not the best match out of all of them. But I wasn't like rolling my eyes or kind of checking out because it was slow headlock spots. And man, more of this, please.
Yeah, we definitely gotta try to watch more more junior heavyweight New Japan, but they're just not on in the archives, or we haven't reached the point where they're in the archives at this point in 1994. Man, yeah, I can't wait to watch more of these guys. I want to see more Super Delphin after this night. I mean, I knew who Super Delphin is. I've seen like a match or two from him. He was my big takeaway dude coming out of this, and not just because he dick punched Geto.
Dick punch Dolphin, Super Dick punch Dolphin. There you go.
That's great. And that was Retro New Japan, and unfortunately, we have to move on to Nitro. Oh boy, let's finish this podcast.
We should have done these in reverse order.
No, Nitro is always last, K.
I know, I'm aware.
All right, we're 40 minutes into our retro section here. February 1st, 1999, WCW Nitro at the Target Center in Minneapolis in fucking February. We'll get to why I'm saying in fucking February. Meanwhile, on Raw, I don't even remember. I listened. I opened up the Wrestling Observer newsletter. What was happening here during Raw this time. Apparently, it was like a lot of DQs and bullshit and whatever. They're building up to McMahon versus Austin at their next pay-per-view, St. Valentine's Day Massacre. So it's a lot of just run-ins all the time. It didn't sound like a very good show. You know what also wasn't a very good show? This one.
Nitro, who knew?
Dude. Like, not a whole lot of wrestling going on in the Nash booking era, is there?
No, it's almost like maybe Nash can't wrestle, and so he doesn't book wrestling because he thinks wrestling is how wrestlers get over.
They're super into... I will say that Russo is in charge of Raw, so that would make sense why it's just a total clusterfuck over there. And then here on Nitro, we have Nash with the book, with the main, you know... I'm not sure if Disco has much to say with it, but he's definitely, like, in someone's ear at the least, because he is all over this fucking show now.
Listen, him and Nash have to be friends. He has to be part of whatever WCW clicks backstage, because...
Oh, absolutely.
How is he go from, you're not in the Wolfpack, and then being buried by Bam Bam, to he's now Scott Hall's, like, friend, and he's coming out to the ring with him and helping him out, and Scott Hall's helping him out. And how do you get from that to there?
Well, this show is a clusterfuck. Like, nothing makes sense anymore, so just keep that in mind as we go through it. We'll just throw in some quips here or there, but you're gonna hear, like, what's everything happening? And if you've been following along with us covering this, it's exactly how it sounds. And you almost get the feeling that no one gives a shit about the show anymore.
Or continuity, for that matter. I mean, they didn't care about it to begin with, but, like, this whole NWO sort of B team, A team split thing is like, didn't we just go through this? And then you reformed yourself, and then we're going through it again. Why do I care about jobbers? Jobbers aren't threatening to Kevin Nash and all them because we've been made to not believe that they have any hope or any chance. So how am I supposed to believe this conflict?
Well, the other thing is, and I've mentioned this a couple times on previous podcasts, at this point in Nitro, they've conditioned me to not care about the wrestling on the show, because they keep, like, how it's structured and what they keep doing, whether it's the commentary, not talking about the match at hand, other things are more important, cutting to the back in the NWO locker room, they are telling me that the wrestling doesn't matter. So even when we can, in a vacuum, see that, you know, this Bret Hart match is good for 1999 in Western wrestling, it comes across as just not a non-factor. And the crowd also feels this way because they're dead most of the night as well.
Right, and what's even worse is the crowd's always looking to the entrance ramp because they've also been conditioned to believe that there's always going to be a run-in.
Yeah.
When they're not, and when there's not a run-in, they always feel deflated because they're not paying attention to the match. So when what they're paying attention to it doesn't happen, well, they just missed the match, so there's nothing to care about because they didn't watch the match. They're watching the entrance ramp.
Which reminds me, I actually have some quotes from this wrestling show here tonight on Nitro.
Boy.
Yes, I found from uprocks.com. They actually transcribed some of the promos here, so when that happens, I'm gonna say some things. So at least some of the highlights is still Scott Steiner. We haven't seen Raven in forever, so I guess we have Scott Steiner now to at least fill the void of Raven and his mom.
I miss Raven. I want more Raven, please.
Well, let's go through this. Earlier today, Hennig with Wyndham arrived, so it's the beginning of their little tag team, talking about winning the tag title tournament to get at Nash and Hall. So, tag titles, they're fucking secondary. Nash and Hall is the really important ones here. Don't forget that.
Also, tag title tournament? Let's just briefly mention it here and there. Who cares?
Who gives a shit? Commentary still doesn't know why the Wolfpack attacked Hennig. Me neither.
Who cares? Move on.
Who cares? Earlier today, disturbing footage caught on camera. Steiner interrupts the Nitro girls practicing. This was fucking ridiculous. So they're practicing, and one of the Nitro girls is like on her hands and knees. Steiner's at Kimberly. He kind of grabs her arm a little bit, and like a pratfall, Kimberly kind of trips over, falls backwards over a Nitro girl, and she does the She gets knocked out cold, according to him.
Oh, she's unconscious, and Scott Steiner's reaction was a little too real. He backed off real slow, like, oh, I don't want to get another charge. I don't need another charge.
I didn't do anything. I didn't touch her. And he bails, and then all the Nitro girls, like, they don't even buy that she's knocked out. Because she's
clearly not knocked out.
She's clearly not knocked out. They're just like, yeah, she fell, I guess. Whatever.
I guess. While Scott Steiner's like
laughed.
bugging out of there, like, I don't need another charge, officer. Nobody called the police. You saw nothing.
Fucking stupid. Mean Gene out to interview Conan and Mysterio Jr. in the ring. Let's talk about Mysterio, Lex Luger, and the mask and whatnot. Conan, all hobo-esque looking, cuts a promo calling out Luger and Nash versus the two of them at Super Brawl in a mask versus hair tag team match. Okay, so do I have Conan's promo? No,
no,
this site didn't transcribe that because there was two other better ones. Nonetheless, I did write down one line. Too bad you have to sit down in the bathroom to take aim, says Conan.
That was a Conan quote.
You know, he's peeling potatoes, he's tossing some salads, whatever that means. I think at this point TNT was like, hey, you can't say that anymore. He goes, well, I just made it up. It doesn't mean anything. Well, that sounds dirty. You can't say that.
No, it definitely means something. Even 1999.
Well, it means something today.
It meant something back then too. Trust
1999,
me.
It meant nothing. At least the whole peel potatoes thing. That doesn't mean anything.
No, the peel potatoes thing is confusing. I don't want to know what he's into, but the tossing salad thing was the thing back then too. Trust me. Yeah,
so they challenged to a mask versus hair mask, but they like threw in like 7 other stipulations that didn't make any sense. They go, we could put your hair on the line. We could put both your hairs on the line. We can put Liz's hair on the line. It could be a steel cage match. So they just kind of call out Luger and Nash, going, as long as you accept the match, you take what you can get.
I believe Conan also said you could put my hair on the line.
Oh yeah, and he's bald.
Yeah. So I wonder why this promo wasn't transcribed on that site. Probably because it was very incoherent. That's all Conan promos are.
To the airport baggage claim with the B team. No rental cars are available. They're all mad at one Virgil, Vincent. Norton says they should have whacked Vincent instead of Hennig last week. Probably should have. Stevie Ray says Hollywood hooked them up with a limo because, he's the man of the hour. They punish Vincent by not letting him in their little car. Vincent totally uses speed dial on his 1999 cell phone, which is really funny.
Totally uses speed dial.
And we get the most absurd thing in the world. Oh yeah, Nash, you'll pick me up? You'll be here soon? A split second later, the NWA team limo pulls up, and he's like, hey, we're here.
It wasn't even a split second. It was like he hung up the phone and they were right there already.
And they're just like, hey, Vincent, my man. This was absurd.
All I gotta say is we spent like 5 minutes on this entire whole rental car situation. 5 minutes. I'll never get those 5 minutes back.
Yeah. Finally get our intro. Nitro Girls dancing in the ring. Cut to Flair and Bischoff. 57 more days of Flair in charge. And Bischoff corrects him. 58. Idiots.
Right. It's your boy Flair. You didn't look smart on that one.
So, Flair has punished Bischoff to be in a dunk tank outside the Target Center, and it's 27 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I have a strange feeling this is illegal.
Very illegal, even within the confines of a fake wrestling program.
Credit to Bischoff. He was out there all fucking night.
Well, that we saw. I imagine he's probably taking periodic breaks to not freeze to death.
Dude. Opening pyro. Then a recap of the NWO at the airport from last week, by the way, that we couldn't hear really anything. Finally, 19 minutes into the show, we get our first match. Hennig and Windham versus Horseman, Benoit, and Malenko. I must note, no human wall this week, and Malenko is totally fine from his injury. So glad commentary didn't tell us any of that. They're telling us the tournament is now double elimination. Why? I don't know. Who cares?
Who cares?
Something happened on Thunder with the Wolfpack, but can't be bothered. Match was fine. Goes through a commercial. Windham looks like he gets blown up wrestling Malenko as he falls back to make a tag. That kind of made me laugh. Superplex by Windham. Benoit diving headbutt, misses Windham. Hits Malenko, then Headache hits the Fisherman to win as he and Benoit were legal. So, dare I say this was good?
It was good for the confines within a vacuum of this terrible wrestling show that doesn't
I'm okay
have
with
wrestling
that.
on it.
I'll take what I could get at this point. I feel like I'm reviewing Raw in modern era. Fuck.
Still, parallels are scary.
To the dunk tank, and La Parka is the first to dunk Bischoff. Good for him.
Ciao, Parka. Congratulations, you're not getting a push.
NWO arrives at the building finally. Boo, Vincent, and Scott Norton, the man of reason. That was kind of funny. Why can't we all just get along, says Scott Norton, as everyone's mad at Vincent. That's funny. Hogan not here tonight, supposedly, because he's doing stuff. Because during the dunk take things, Bischoff keeps going to Flair. Where's your son? Didn't catch that until I opened up the newsletter. They were quick to mention that. So, at least there was subtlety on the show.
Weird. Yeah, it's not very good subtlety, though. Very bad subtlety. Like, so subtle you didn't even notice it anyways.
Yeah. We literally know nothing that's going to happen on the show, and there's no main event announced, so cool.
Okay, no main event. They didn't even bother announcing a main event. The entire show, we didn't even know what the main event is until the main event happened.
Yeah. There's call girls flirting with the NWO in the locker room, and there's a line that's kind of slipped in at the end here. Talk about jungle fever. Kind of chuckled at that.
Oh boy, that's not gonna age well.
Gave me a chuckle at least. Mean Gene, number 2 on the night. I guess I lost count in my notes. Or just, whatever. Ric Flair's in the ring. He cuts a promo on the NWO, calls Vincent Virgil, so that was funny.
I popped at that.
Yeah. He declares Hogan has disgraced the NWA title. Oh, my bad. WCW title. Then he makes the match Benoit versus Bret Hart for the US title. And then the Wolfpack music hits. So it was so Benoit versus Bret Hart, I guess with the stipulation that whoever wins will face Booker T at Super Brawl for the US title, but then that changes also tonight. So just trying to keep up with this.
3 different times.
Yeah.
By the end of it, we get neither of those matches, I don't think.
Yeah, so, Disco and Scott Hall to the ring, because that's when the Wolfpack music hits, and Hall makes fun of Benoit wanting to be the number 1 contender for the US title. Out comes Benoit, and I guess we're in the middle of a Benoit push of sorts, which does line up with kind of what they were trying to do with the guy in 1999. Brawl breaks out, and then Flair makes Benoit versus Hall tonight. Doesn't say when, but it's going to happen tonight. As we find out, that's the main event.
Right. They didn't even mention what it was going to be for, just that it's happening. Not when, not what it's for. We find out later what it's for.
Yeah. Kenny Chaos versus Van Hammer, God help us. Tenay on commentary starts to inform us the death of Giant Baba from All Japan Pro Wrestling.
It was very weird.
Legend of the Orient, says Mike Tenay.
That also didn't age well.
Yeah, our man Scott Dickinson in the front row, Mr. GIF picture himself.
Mr. Meme Face, Mr. Unimpressed.
Yeah, he's mad again, storms off. I hate this story beyond reason.
I think it's just funny the fact that his facial expression doesn't change, but he's furious. But he looks so unimpressed and uninterested. But he's angry.
Yeah, but he's angry, commentary tells us. Match was nothing. Who cares? Van Hammer wins. And then a fucking Sandman with a kendo stick and barbed wire around him hits the ring and beats ass. But they don't tell us his name. We know it's Sandman, but he has no name.
He's also wearing a polo and jeans, not looking like Sandman.
Well, I mean, he's Raven's friend. I think it was like John or something. But they don't mention that part.
He's Raven's mom's boyfriend.
But they don't mention that.
No, they don't mention any of that. They don't give him a name.
They don't give him a name. We'll get to that because he has a match here. Hardcore grinds his gears promo kind of thing. Wants some hardcore match against Bigelow. Calls him out. After commercial, Bigelow to the ring. Impromptu hardcore match on Nitro. It's Bigelow versus this man.
That man over there.
That's what commentary said. Oh, that man, he's crazy. This man has barbed wire around him. This dude is nuts.
That guy.
It's a goofy little hardcore match with a little plunder. Barbed wire wrapped up in the corner by Sandman. I'm sorry. That man. That sand of man.
That sand of man.
Splash in the corner, headbutt from Bigelow. Bigelow hits the Asbury Park driver. Pins Sandman in his debut. I laughed. Good debut.
Oh, boy.
I'm so glad
Good
he's
job.
over.
Awesome. That guy sure got over.
He sure did. Back to people sucking at throwing balls to Dunk Bischoff. Whatever. NWO video of Liz and Luger talking up the forming of Wolfpack and NWO. Definitely hooking up Liz and Luger is a thing now. Luger talks about the finger poke of doom thing some more. I believe that Liz and Luger were actually dating at this time.
I want to point out that Lex Luger calls the finger poke of doom a stroke of genius, to which I enraged.
No, okay, it sure was. Don't you set that short. People remember it to this day.
Yeah, not for the reason you probably would want that to be remembered
Genius.
for.
Are you doubting the words of Lex Luger? What's next? Are you going to doubt El Dandy?
I'll never doubt El Dandy.
Okay.
Because he's a stand-up guy.
Dickinson is angry. He's also sucks throwing balls and hits the mark off screen, so they don't even get it. And then the camera gets, no joke, unplugged. I laugh at that part.
So these segments, I feel like they were pre-taped.
They were not, according to the Observer.
Or not.
This was all live.
Because he gets dry really quickly in between some of these segments.
Yeah, I'm sure he's drying and he's like, because otherwise he'd get hypothermia.
Right, but it's like how fast we go from these segments, because we only spend like half hour in between the two segments.
And he'd have to be changing his shirt at least.
He's wearing the same clothes, so they would have to have a whole fleet of the same clothes.
WCW, I bet they bought a bunch of extra clothes just for that.
They might have, but it just feels weird that he goes back and he's dry again all of a sudden, and he's not wet, and it just felt like it was pre-taped.
DDP just arrived to the arena, so glad he shows up to work on time. Sweaty Kid Man, talking to him about Kimberly probably. We don't actually hear anything, but he's mad. He goes to the NWO locker room, he's looking for Steiner. What's he so mad about? Ha 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 ha, laughs the NWO, they don't give a shit. Steiner emerges from the back, and he's been busy romancing Kay. He got himself a Nitro girl.
Oh, and I think it might be the Kimberly.
The Kimberly. No, she was knocked out. He's got to have someone else. Unless, dare I say, did Steiner steal her away?
Unless she wasn't knocked out or he didn't care.
Well, I mean, the hand emerged from outside, so maybe she woke up in the middle of his romancing. Are we really laughing about possible rape? Oh my god.
This show is so bad.
Oh no, we have delved back. Oh no. Okay, I apologize. I apologize for Steiner's romancing. We're recapping what Nitro's showing us.
It's bad. Let us laugh at something. It's absurd. We have to laugh at something. Otherwise, we'll be angry the entire time.
NWO tells Vincent to call out Paige to accept the match on behalf of Steiner, and then Vincent tells Disco to do it and give him a big slap because we'll hit the ring. We cut to DDP in the ring. He calls out Steiner. Disco comes out. He makes the match at Super Brawl. Slaps DDP. Nobody comes out. Gets a diamond cutter for his trouble. I get, cool. Disco's getting beaten up. I guess it's fine. Back to the NWO.
Mad man.
Yeah, he's a mad man. Back to the NWO locker room, and they congratulate Vincent on stooging off Disco. It's like, you're getting smart. I like this guy.
Like this dude. Too bad you're not going to amount to nothing.
Yeah, Vincent is no longer the stooge. It is now Disco's job, so at least he's got that going for him. So we know why they keep Disco around. DDP leaves the building in a car. No idea where he's going.
Angrily leaves in a car. Very, very angrily.
And I will say, at least the show kind of picked up from here because we actually got wrestling matches. What a thought.
Not very good wrestling matches, though.
No. Lash LaRue making his Nitro debut versus Kidman defending the Cruiserweight title here.
Boy, they didn't announce that. The wrestler. I also noticed that the ref did not lift the belt up as if it was on the line. The commentary is why telling us that it was on the line.
Nonetheless, lots of Louisiana shtick here with one Lash LaRue, the Raging Cajun. 6 months since his debut, so he is a green as grass rookie. after being squashed on like Saturday night for months. In the context of a 6-month rookie on national TV, fine, a little goofy at times, a little messy, but I will accept it. Kidman retains.
He wasn't bad. He wasn't bad. Did he retain? Wasn't even really on the line because they didn't announce it. The referee didn't lift the belt up. They didn't say he retained the belt on. The announcer didn't say and still cruiserweight champion. It was confusing. Only commentary told us the cruiserweight title was on the line. So did it even count? Did it even was it even up for grabs, or were they misinformed?
Back to Bischoff at the dunk tank. Heenan had left during the cruiserweight match, so really getting that over. He is holding the balls. He's like, I will hand you these balls, Bischoff. I want nothing to do with this. He trips, hits the dunk button. At least I laughed at that. I'll get you, Heenan. I'll get you. Hogan mumbles about nothing in a limo with Celebrity X. We don't know who this is. We'll tell you who he is later because we did look it up.
It did, and it was very incoherent. We didn't know what was being said by either person. A lot of mumbling.
Fucking off in a limo. I was like, what are we doing here?
Also, a lot of forced "we're totally pals" jokes. Like, oh, you really said that, man? Ha ha ha.
Oh, my joke was better.
Terrible acting by Hogan. I wonder why his Hollywood career didn't take off.
Mean Gene with coffee, and white collared shirt Booker T also with a coffee, but in a red cup.
Yes, a red cup, distinctly different.
Yeah. Booker tore his ACL. Doctor told him 6. Oh, this is the one I have the promo. Here we go. Okay. Pulling it up. Have it. I don't know why this dude wrote this so out of order. Where is my Booker T promo? Here we go. The key word here today, ladies and gentlemen, is you know. You come up here asking me these questions, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking the same thing the people out in TV land are thinking. With a torn ACL and, received by Bret Hart, the doctors, they told me to take 6 months off, me being, the stubborn mule, and the fan mail coming in. I took 3.5 months off, and I came back, ready to raise the roof, if you know what I'm saying. That's what I've done, but, after the match last week, Bret Hart, I think I had to rethink this whole process, well, Mean Gene, where I'm from, when you get caught slipping, you get ganked, you dig? I don't know what that means.
No.
And that's just fine the way it is, but, a guy told me, Booker T, you need to refocus, you need to rethink this thing, you need to turn a negative into a positive, that's what I'm gonna do, And committee told me at Super Brawl, I've got Disco Inferno. God fucking damn it, we have to watch a Disco Inferno match on pay-per-view. NWO Wolfpack wannabe, right? And he's gonna be on track, he's on fire, Is he?
No.
But the BT Express is coming in hard, and he's coming in correct. Disco Inferno, I want to let you know you're on track. You're gonna get derailed, sucker. Booker T at Super Brawl, I promise you, he will raise the roof. Horrible promo.
BT Express? What's a BT Express?
Booker T Express.
When did that become a thing?
Right now.
Okay, at that very moment. Gotcha. Booker T's promo's ability would improve, I promise. It was awful. Like, I think Mean Gene was trying to cut him off here and there because he was just going on and on, and Mean Gene's like, listen, kid, I gotta try to help you somewhere in this.
Well, prison talk and that. Anyways. Scott Steiner and Buff out with all the beef. God, they are jacked.
They are the Beef Boys. We dubbed them Beef Boys. All the beef.
And then we get the Scott Steiner promo. Nothing finer than Scott Steiner.
I tweeted that because it was so funny I couldn't stop laughing.
Let this body rock your wife's body. You're mesmerized by the greatest body in the world. I am a champion. Oh my god. He ends this with this body not built just for pleasure, and you don't need no tape measure because that is the largest arms in the world, and this body can go. So this goes to all my freaks out there. Big Papa Pump is your hookup, holla if you hear me.
Scott Steiner, you're a magical wordsmith. How do you do it?
I don't know how he does it, Kay. It is a thing of beauty. Jericho is his opponent here. Commentary is just burying Jericho. He's on his way out. saying he
really
has zero
buried him.
shot against the beef that is Scott Steiner.
Like, oh, him versus Scott Steiner? Oh, he has no chance. That beef man's gonna crush him.
Buff attacks Jericho from behind, right in front of the referee. Playoff rules in effect here, I guess, for the Beef Boys. They have a decent little match, I must say, in a vacuum on Nitro. In a vacuum, I must say, In
a vacuum.
Yeah. But, the crowd doesn't give a shit. It's two heels going at it.
They did not care one bit. They didn't even cheer for nobody.
Right.
No reactions.
Jericho hints at leaving for some reason. He hits a super kick and then just leaves. Saturn in a dress with, I think, eyeliner. Punches Jericho, throws him back in the ring. Gets his little life's a drag shtick in, whatever.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing, isn't it?
It's got Saturn in a dress. Jericho submits to the recliner. Nash, Luger, Miss Elizabeth. Here's the worst promo of 1999. So these three are out here. They don't give a shit. The most nonchalant delivery ever. Ray's mask is on the line. They take their ponytails out and they just running their fingers through their luscious blonde locks. They're just going, oh, we have to put our hair on the line. These locks? Nah. Steel cage? Nah. We'll just put Liz's hair on the line. And she just goes, oh, what? Oh no, it's okay, baby. They're gonna lose anyways.
He literally says that. Don't worry, we'll win.
And he didn't really lose. Remember that hot bald chick from Star Trek? You'll at least look like her. And she's like, oh, okay. So just burying the match of the stipulation immediately. Fuck off. This sucks.
So I think when we were watching this, I think I went on a bit of a rant, right? Because it hit me in this moment. Why the hell is Kevin Nash over? What has he ever done to be over? He's a terrible promo. He's a shit wrestler. He's just big. It's been his shtick his entire career. He's just tall. He's just a big porterhouse boy.
Well, the thing in the 90s, if you were presented as a star, that's all it took to really get over truly. So he gets the big he gets the mic, he gets the main events, he gets the cool intro, he gets the cool songs, he's in the cool group, and that's all it takes in the 90s. It didn't take work to get someone over. At this point in time, because wrestling was just so popular, no matter how bad it is, 4 or 5 million people are watching. And as we found out in 99, it's going to plummet.
Right, but when you look at the rest of the people in the group, you kind of get why they're over, right? I mean, Lex Luger is not really over, right? But you get why Hall's over. He can at least talk.
You'd be surprised how much his torture rack is over and how much the crowd liked Luger. He was over just for the rack and being presented. Right. He was an NWA star and he was made to be a star. That's when people were actually made to be over, and he's still living the life after that. He's still living, God, now I got the Booker T promo. I shouldn't have ever said it. The thing with this, I get why Lex would be over there. He's got the charisma, though. He's got some level of charisma to him. Nash has nothing. Literally nothing. You get why Hogan's over, right? The promos, the brothers, and he can connect with the crowd. He knows how to. He's a wordsmith of his own, right? Nash. I don't think I've ever heard a promo from him. I don't think I've ever heard a promo from him that was memorable or good. He sucks in the ring. He's just abysmal. And he's somehow an over wrestler. I will never
understand it.
I will say the best Nash match I've seen on this Nitro journey is him versus Wrath. But unfortunately, that came at a price.
Right. But also, I imagine that match wasn't good for being good. I imagine it was just bad in a good way.
No. It was actually a fun, good match.
Well, listen, I don't understand how Nash is
just
over.
Believe me. Just believe me. Credit where credit's due. The cat with Sonny Ono. The cat with Sonny Ono. He's the greatest, but takes forever for anything to happen. This crowd still doesn't give a shit. They chant Goldberg for a sec. Cut to the NWO locker room as they say the cat is calling out Scott Norton. I really laughed at that. I thought this was going to be a squash match, but it turned out to be kind of long, actually. It's really just Norton skinning a cat for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's I also thought it was going to be a squash match because of how it was presented. Or it's he's calling you out, and Norton's coming out there big bad Norton against this comedy guy, essentially. And they somehow go 50-50?
I mean, Norton was the cat would get some kicks in. I did really laugh at the cat low blowing Norton, and Norton's like, "Fuck my balls, son of a bitch!" And then he just clotheslines him.
He like sold him for like not even a half second. He's like, "Oh, I need those." Killed him.
Clearly, the cat didn't watch Super Delphin.
No.
He didn't know how to properly dick punch.
No, he needs to learn from the master Super Delphin.
Yeah. So Norton does win this match. He chops Cat's chest bloody. That was fantastic. He made a black man red on this night.
It was so. I mean, I guess we know at this point that the former IWGP champion Scott Norton is a good wrestler, at least, right?
Yep.
So would it be remiss to say he carried the cat here because Cat kind of sucks.
At this point, the cat is still pretty good in the ring for his experience level. It's when we start getting further into 99 and 2000 where he doesn't ever get better and he regresses. So that's going to be a journey to watch.
I guess because the only matches I've seen with him so far have been really mediocre matches. So I don't think he's good. But I'll take your word for it, because if he gets worse, I mean, who am I to doubt Nitro getting worse?
There you go. Mean Gene says the crowd is explosive and that Nitro is really heating up to a dead crowd. Laughed at that.
Fantastic. They're explosive. This crowd they can't get enough of this. Cuts to a dead crowd.
Yeah. But Goldberg comes out. Crowd at least wakes up a bit here. Says, and then, oh my god. So this is where the Nitro here is clearly telling me nothing fucking matters. Because Mean Gene calls him out on the taser, losing the title and everything, and Goldberg just goes, "The past is the past, forget about it."
Because think about it, doesn't matter, don't think about it. Don't think about it,
don't think about it. Don't worry about it.
It doesn't matter, don't matter.
Alright, so WCW and Goldberg doesn't give a shit about what happened. Let's talk about Bigelow instead. He's Bigelow, you're next. I think it's the first time we've heard it, or we haven't heard it in such a long time, I forgot he ever said this. So this could be the beginning of his little catchphrase.
I mean, I'll believe you. I don't think I've heard him say it up to this point from what I've been watching. So could be.
Yeah. Back to Bischoff getting hypothermia. Where's your son? You know. More Wolfpack music, Buffer in the ring for our main event.
He did not. I don't think either of us knew this was going to be the main event until they said main event and Buffer was out.
Yeah, there was a lot of time left on the show, too.
I didn't feel like they were building to a main event. I guess we found out why they had so much time left.
Yeah.
This is a U.S. title elimination, some odd match?
Oh.
That's not
main event, special heavyweight eliminator match. So I'm like, okay, is it going to be a gauntlet? Is it going to be 4 dudes in the ring, elimination style? No, it's just a singles match.
Just a singles match.
Buffer was not on his A game here.
No, he also refers to Bret the Hitman Hart as Bret the Hitman Clark, to which I popped very hard for that.
Oh yeah, we rewound. It was like, did he really just say that?
And he did. He said it with so much confidence, too, that it made it even funnier the second time.
Yeah, so then we remember, wait, Booker T was announced to face Bret Hart, but then he cut that promo, now he's facing Disco Inferno instead. But, to correct the thing, he's facing Bret Hart. This is Bret Clark we're talking about here.
Very different person. Bret the
different people.
Clark, a different person.
So Scott Hall comes out with Disco Inferno, and Buffer, no joke, goes through Chris Benoit's intro as, man, the master of the crippling crossface, not true, announces him at 6 feet tall, that's a lie, and comes from a long legacy family tree of wrestling, also a lie. So I don't know what we're doing here with Buffer.
Buffer was either fed terrible notes or he just doesn't care anymore.
He's in it for his $25,000 appearance paycheck, and he don't give a fuck. Give me that money.
I don't blame him.
Bret Hart on commentary talking about his groin some more. Says hi to his cat Smokey. I love WCW. Don't give a shit Bret Hart. He's the best.
And Bret Clark?
Well, this was Bret Hart on commentary. Bret Clark, someone else.
Hey, he's the champion, the one they're about to face for this match here.
Mongo comes out, takes care of Disco, takes him and Arn in a room in the back. Someone threw a tennis ball in the ring. Match goes on. The ring gets more trash thrown in. Sure enough, it was all preemptive trash because Nash runs in, distracts Benoit, Hall wins, whatever. But now we get NWO member Bret Hart against NWO Wolfpack member, but also still Scott Hall for the U.S. title at Super Brawl. What a weird matchup we're getting.
Is Bret Hart part of the Wolfpack? Or part of the NWO?
Yes.
Oh, wow. They didn't even let me know any of that.
You
and
wouldn't have guessed by the way Bret Hart's present. He's like, I don't want nothing to do with those fucking douchebags.
He's not even wearing an NWO shirt. I don't think I've seen him wear one the entire time we've seen him. The very brief times we've seen him. So he doesn't even come out to NWO music when he came out to that one match. So, excuse me for thinking that he's not part of the NWO.
Right. So then we end the show with this weird as fuck Hogan and dude mafia celebrity mumbling about nonsense in a limo that they're going to beat up David Flair. Turns out this is Oz actor and former president of the New York chapter of Hell's Angels, Chuck Zito. So remember that
a gang member.
Remember, yeah, a fucking gang member. Remember that random Nitro like weeks ago where all the motorcycle dudes of the Hell's Angels came out, went around the ring once and left? It's this dude. There you go.
Yeah.
So apparently they were following David Flair around town, nonchalant in a limo in Charlotte, and, because limos are just all over Charlotte. Ric Flair.
I mean, have you been there?
Dusty Rhodes, David Flair, all limo riding. They're everywhere.
Charlotte Flair.
Yeah.
Charlotte Flair.
Charlotte Flair, of course she has limos in Charlotte.
Probably has several.
Yeah, so I guess they're gonna beat up David Flair at a gym or some shit. That's how Nitro goes off the air. What a shitty show.
Yeah, something to say about them having a gang member, a leader of a gang, and just putting like a celebrity next to Hulk Hogan. Good job, WCW. Good job. Way to be great.
Way to be edgy.
That's not edgy. That's. I mean, Hulk Hogan at this point is like in his 50s, right?
No, he's in his 40s, I think. Mid 40s.
Well, listen, he's an old man trying to be cool with the kids by hanging out with a gang member.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. Good job, Hogan. Good job, WCW.
Yep. Let's get these. Let's get our very last wrestler rankings and close out the show.
Awesome.
So you're going to hear a theme for these this rundown of the last wrestling rankings, and we're going to do a Patreon special fully dedicated to the top wrestler rankings. Because we kind of had our impromptu on this episode, year in review of, the top wrestlers, what we thought of the companies, who were the highlights. We're also going to do a special separate episode of the top matches of the year and the top tag matches of the year. But this is the very last one, and the theme is going to be very Stardom and Dragon Gate heavy. Little AEW thrown in there.
An ice ribbon, though.
No ice ribbon.
No.
Ribbon Mania counts for 2021, K, lest you forget.
But it's a good show, though.
Yeah, well, it's for the next episode. First episode of 2021. Sure. So, running down the men's here. 15 is Genki Horiguchi. 14, Masato Yoshino. 13, Ben K. 12, Shun Skywalker. Do you think I have them a little low? Because I really made this focused on the disbandment match in everyone's role, because it was just such a great match.
So this is for just this past week, right? Not the whole year yet?
Correct. This is just the past couple weeks.
Okay. God. Yeah, I think, why Shun and Ben being so low makes sense, though, given how that match ended. And sort of, the match itself was good, but that ending definitely should take some points down from it.
Yeah, that was my thinking about it.
It affects how you view everything, so...
11, Kota Minoura, Jason Lee. I have them as a tag team, just because of their presence in the year, what they've done, and they were both on the card, so tag team points.
Makes sense. I can see that.
10, Young Bucks. For they had their couple matches with Hybrid 2 and the Acclaimed.
All right, those matches are pretty good. I can see that.
9, Kagatora. 8 BB Hulk, 7 Yokosuka, 6 Naruki Doi. I thought he was the second best dude in the disbandment match for Team Torimon.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
He did very well in that match.
God, what an underrated year for Naruki Doi.
Former Dragon Gate champion.
He's in the top 20. He is the top-rated Dragon Gate guy on the year for a promotion that highlighted many different dudes.
Right. Well, he's kind of like got the Maya thing going, where he's been consistently good throughout the year, even after dropping the belt.
Yeah. 5 Mochizuki. I fucking adored him in that tag match. He was on fire.
I agree.
4 La Estea. Estrella? Estea. I think it's Estea. La Estea. The pronunciation, I mean. It's spelled Estrella.
Estrella. And that's the guy that's in Masquerade, right? The new one that just debuted?
Yeah, because he had his crazy, awesome debut match against Yokosuka, and then he was the highlight of that 8-man tag that was... Or no, the 4-way tag with all the different factions.
No, he's great. That Masquerade group is probably going to be my favorite group going forward. Just a bunch of high-flying, awesome people.
Dude, KZ supposedly reformed Natural Vibes.
Oh, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I love Natural Vibes. That's one faction I'm very happy that's coming back. 3 Keisuke Okuda. Dude's Brave Gate genius. 2 and 1 should be no surprise. 2 is Dragon Kid, and 1 is SB Kento.
I 100% agree. I think that last stretch between those two and that disbandment match was pure gold.
Dude, SB Kento.
Yeah, it's great.
Pinned, submitted 4 out of the 5 Torimon guys in the disbandment match.
Are they high on him? I couldn't tell.
Oh, I can't tell, yeah. No. This dude has tapped out Yoshino, Yokosuka. I believe he tapped out Naruki Doi, the former Dream Gate champion. Kakuda didn't make the list, but I can't stress enough how great his discus lariat took out Yoshino in the match. First one out. Man, good stuff. On to the women's. 10 is Asuka, even though I kind of buried her on a podcast here. By the way, go listen to our discourse that we record. You, myself, JPQ recorded with Eric from the Joshi Pod. If you want to hear our Yoshiko takes, that's interesting.
Retro takes and our not list version of our year-end stuff.
Right. It's just 9 Azumi, 8 Sari, 7 Yoshiko, 6 Fujimoto, 5 Nakajima, and then 4 Utami, 3 Julia, 2 Shuri, 1 Momo.
I would move Azumi up a little bit, and I would put Tsukasa above Nakajima.
Why is that?
So I guess because you didn't watch the few dojo shows that they had prior?
No, I did not.
So Tsukasa had a lot of really good sequences. I mean, she's always very, very good. We've only seen the one recent Nakajima match, the tag title match, and that was so late.
Right, that's what I'm basing this off of, yeah.
I don't even want to give it too many points because it was so late after that whole thing happened. And I haven't seen her wrestle since then in a while or after that. So I don't think putting her that high above Tsukasa Fujimoto makes much sense to me, as I've seen more of Fujimoto than Nakajima.
Okay.
I love both of them, by the way.
I'll move Fujimoto up 1. That's fine. I got no problem with that.
All right, and what was Azumi again?
She was 9, just because that tag match in Seed was super good, and Azumi May Hoshizuki was a good match, but high speed, fine. I just thought the matches and people that were above her just were better.
Right. I mean, I am a big fan of that high speed match, and I don't know how much I've had to say.
I thought Sari was just a forearm machine, and I'll do that.
Because I think Azumi put together a real Neo-styled high-speed match, and probably her best match in her career so far, May. So, I think it's great. I think Azumi showed that she's great and that she's only being held back by the people she's in the ring with right now.
I do want to shout out the Dojo Show match of Suzu versus Madeline. That match was great, and it was very funny.
But yes, Madeline's great. Who knew? Who knew Madeline was funny? And who knew Suzu was great? Who knew?
Well, all right. I'll tally up the points here. Throw up our top 20 on redleafretrocast.blogspot.com when this episode releases. And I'll throw it out on the Twitter at BowlingJD as well. There will be no write-up as we are doing our discourse on the Patreon, Red Leaf Retrocast, over the wrestling rankings, and we're just gonna talk about the best wrestlers of 2020, going over our ranking system and how it worked. And I'm looking forward to how 2021 turns out, as it will be a joint effort between you and myself, Kay, for 2021.
Right. This time I get a little bit of say in it, which is gonna be awesome.
Get a lot more say. I'm gonna, have my list, and I'll throw it to you, and be like, hey, let's, I'd put, where's this guy? I'll put him a little bit higher, and it's gonna be a fun year. Be a twofer next year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And I'm very excited to announce that Tokyo Joshi Pro will go into our regularly scheduled Joshi War. We'll be doing.
They definitely deserve that, especially given how the work they put into this year. I can only see that getting better going into 2021.
Absolutely.
So it makes more sense.
So we'll stick with AEW, DDT. I'm not sure how my mom is going to continue the podcast. She seems kind of burned out at this point, which is fair enough. I guess I'll stick to New Japan, since I do still like the promotion, but it's actually, I can go over the final war tally here, Kay.
All right.
Ocean War, AEW beats DDT 14-12, so it's much closer than expected.
All right, well, DDT also did a lot of good stuff this year, so it makes sense.
Yes, they did. The Joshi War was won by Ice Ribbon, 14 points over Stardom's 10, over TJPW's 8, and Seed only got 2 points on the year.
Yeah, it helps that we can see these people's shows, unlike seaDlinnng.
Go figure. And then the Puro War, Dragon Gate wins 14 points to New Japan 6. Big Japan got 2 points for their little nice little thing they did during the pandemic, so good for them. Get 2 points there. But so that makes it a 3-way tie between AEW, Ice Ribbon, and Dragon Gate for promotion of the year, which I'm totally fine with.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think all three of those promotions, because I think I've watched a bit of all of this, and those are the three that I would say did the best all year.
Yeah, no question.
The whole year, like all 365 days. Stardom did a great back half, but they didn't really take off for most of the year.
Yeah, the DDT, so that would make Stardom the 5th best promotion on the year.
I mean, it helps that it doesn't help that they took that time off, and then they started off really cold.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, they started off ice cold too after all that stuff that happened, which isn't their fault, but that's just how things go, I guess.
That's the final war tally, and that is it for episode 72, final Osaka Dreamgate annual yearly review of all the promotions we covered. I want to thank Parker from Wrestling Observer Newsletter, F4W Online. Find him at Parker J. Klyn. That's Parker J. KLYN on Twitter. Big thanks to him again. Kay, you're at Blue_Kano.
Yes.
Plus your wacky little Twitter name. You can find me at BowlingJD. Search Red Leaf Retrocast, also comes up. Don't forget to check out our website. Give us a nice little 5-star review on iTunes, because we're clearly 5 stars and award-winning podcasters now. Go to Big Egg Joshi.
5 stars.
You know what? I'm going to go to iTunes right after this podcast here and give you a 5-star review on iTunes. Big Egg Joshi. I don't think I've done that yet.
Oh, you humble me. You humble me.
And I'm only going to do it in terms of a Scott Steiner promo.
Oh, that would be great. Can you type out a Scott Steiner promo accurately?
It's just a Scott Steiner promo with a 5-star review.
That's great.
I might do that. Where's that exit NWO music to cue us out?